The OECD G20 BEPS project delivers an answer to a key question posed by the rise of the digital economy. Where should value-added tax be paid during online transactions? Today, when a consumer in New Zealand, for instance, pays 50 New Zealand dollars to download an app or a video game from a New Zealand-based e-tailer, VAT is assessed at normal rates of 15% or 7.5 New Zealand dollars. If the consumer in New Zealand buys the app or the game from an online platform tax resident in, say, Singapore, for the same $50, VAT is not collected. This is decidedly unfair for the domestic e-tailer, who suffers unfair competition from offshore vendors. The strong growth of the digital economy also means that governments are potentially losing billions of dollars annually, which is unsustainable in an era of tight budgets. What's the solution? The BEPS project will level the playing field, building on the OECD International VAT GST guidelines. It recommends that tax for online transactions be collected in the country where the customer lives, and provides mechanisms to enable countries to do so in an efficient manner.
Do big tech companies like Apple, Amazon, Google, and Facebook pay their fair share in taxes? It's a question that governments around the world, including here in the UK, are asking. For many, the answer is no, and the solution is a digital tax. The international tax system hasn't exactly kept up with technology. Corporate taxes were designed for an era when most businesses sold physical goods in brick-and-mortar shops. It was easy to track how many products were sold and the tax generated from the sales. Fast forward a few decades, and sales and services have shifted online. Today, the 5 most valuable public companies in the world, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, and Facebook, are all tech companies. Meanwhile, corporate tax rates around the world have steadily decreased for 20 years. Amazon, for example, paid no federal income taxes in 2018, despite bringing in a profit of more than $10 billion. Those figures have raised some eyebrows among lawmakers. President Donald Trump and Senator Bernie Sanders have criticized Amazon's tax rate, saying the company has an advantage over smaller brick-and-mortar retailers. And they're not alone in their criticism. The chorus in favor of modernizing the tax system for the digital era is growing louder around the world. Groups like the International Monetary Fund, the European Commission, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have all called for new tax laws to better reflect the fact that many companies do most of their business online. This is where the idea of a digital tax comes in. France made headlines this year when it passed a 3% digital tax on big tech companies like Facebook, Amazon, and Google. Here's how it works. The tax applies to any company that makes at least 750 million euros, roughly $840 million, in global annual revenue from digital activities. So it automatically singles out a select group of tech giants. Those companies also need to make 25 million euros, about $28 million, of their revenues in France. A digital tax is different from a value-added tax because it doesn't target consumers. Instead, it's directly aimed at the companies. France's digital tax specifically targets 2 sectors. The first is digital marketplaces that act as a middleman, connecting customers and businesses. Think Amazon. The second is online advertising, particularly platforms that use personal data for targeting ads, for example, Google or Facebook. The French government says the goal is to make tech companies take on the same tax burden as the local bakery. I mean, what's more French than the local bakery? Overall, it hopes the initiative will raise 500 million euros, about $560 million per year. Several countries like the UK, Italy, and Spain are proposing their own version of the French tax. One reason why? Domestically, there's popular support for the idea. A survey of UK businesses last year found more than half of respondents think the government should impose a new tax on the digital economy, whether other countries are on board or not. But more than a third worry this would make doing business in the UK less internationally competitive. Some politicians argue it's not the job of foreign governments to tax American companies. After all, the headquarters of big tech firms like Amazon and Apple are here in the US. The Trump administration launched an investigation into France's digital tax, saying it unfairly targets American companies. The US and firms like Amazon say they would prefer a global solution over paying different taxes in every country. They may have a point. Some tax experts say digital taxes like France's or the UK's could ultimately end up hurting the businesses and people they're trying to protect. One study found that big tech companies would only pay around 5% of France's digital tax. The rest would pass on to smaller businesses and consumers who use their platforms. The study estimated that Amazon, for example, might increase the commission it charges merchants, which could in turn result in higher prices for shoppers. In May, nearly 130 countries and territories agreed on a plan to overhaul international tax rules. One big goal is establishing a minimum tax rate for multinational companies. The plan is to have a deal in place in 2020. Until then, you can expect more countries to implement digital taxes on their own. Hey everyone, it's Elizabeth here. Thanks so much for watching. Let us know what other ideas you have for CNBC Explains in the comment section. Talk to you later.
We all agree how technology has accelerated and simplified our work, likewise in tax reporting. Nevertheless, introducing new technology, new ways in reporting tax to taxpayers is a very challenging task. In 2012, the Directorate General of Taxes in Indonesia introduced e-filing, an online tax reporting system. As we know, manual tax reporting is very inefficient. Form sheets that must be filled out by the taxpayers are really troublesome. There were many complaints from taxpayers who were confused about how to fill out their tax reports and the long queue when reporting taxes in all tax offices. Various educational and assistance efforts were carried out, starting from opening a tax reporting aid tent in the office yard to opening a tax corner post at commercial centers and offices, all in order to help taxpayers filing their tax returns. It doesn't stop there. After millions sheets of paper are sent or submitted to tax office, it still leaves an administrative burden to record, match, sending back if there is incomplete until the entire document is stored. And the process takes almost 1 year until all the tax report data is presented in the system of the Directorate General of Taxes. That is why the Directorate General of Taxes really hopes that embracing technology for online tax reporting or e-filing will make it easy for the taxpayers to file their tax returns, to make the tax office administration burden will be much lighter and tax compliance will increase. For this reason, PR Division conducted a series of campaigns to introduce, educate, and encourage public to switch from paper-based tax reporting to online tax reporting or e-filing. Here's our story. In 2016, we developed a 360-degree marketing communication plan with customized approach. The strategy was divided into 3 big parts: above the line, below the line, and between the line. Above the line strategy was delivering the key messages through mainstream channels such as television and radio in the form of news, radio talk show, TV interviews, and advertising placement. Below the line strategy was communicating the key messages through offline activities such as off-air event, spectacular, dissemination to targeted market, and e-filing class for the journalists who would share the experience using e-filing. Also endorsing public figures filing their tax returns through e-filing, such as the President of Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, the head of Indonesia Police, the commander of National Armed Force, almost all ministers, politicians, singers, model, actors, etc. Between the line strategy was more versatile. It empowered own social media. Moreover, PR Division formed a creative team, namely Icstiami, to develop creative communication materials, such as brilliant infographic, funny comic strip, inspiring video testimonials and tutorials, and even an easy listening music to convert a bored text communication materials into more attractive. As a result, by the end of April 2019, the number e-filing users was around 11 million, or 91.4% of all reporting taxpayers. It was beyond everyone's expectation.
The OECD G20 BEPS project delivers an answer to a key question posed by the rise of the digital economy. Where should value-added tax be paid during online transactions? Today, when a consumer in New Zealand, for instance, pays 50 New Zealand dollars to download an app or a video game from a New Zealand-based e-tailer, VAT is assessed at normal rates of 15%, or 7.5 New Zealand dollars. If the consumer in New Zealand buys the app or the game from an online platform tax resident in, say, Singapore, for the same $50, VAT is not collected. This is decidedly unfair for the domestic e-tailer, who suffers unfair competition from offshore vendors. The strong growth of the digital economy also means that governments are potentially losing billions of dollars annually, which is unsustainable in an era of tight budgets. What's the solution? The BEPS project will level the playing field, building on the OECD International VAT GST guidelines. It recommends that tax for online transactions be collected in the country where the customer lives, and provides mechanisms to enable countries to do so in an efficient manner.
Do big tech companies like Apple, Amazon, Google, and Facebook pay their fair share in taxes? It's a question that governments around the world, including here in the UK, are asking. For many, the answer is no, and the solution is a digital tax. The international tax system hasn't exactly kept up with technology. Corporate taxes were designed for an era when most businesses sold physical goods in brick-and-mortar shops. It was easy to track how many products were sold and the tax generated from the sales. Fast forward a few decades, and sales and services have shifted online. Today, the 5 most valuable public companies in the world, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, and Facebook, are all tech companies. Meanwhile, corporate tax rates around the world have steadily decreased for 20 years. Amazon, for example, paid no federal income taxes in 2018, despite bringing in a profit of more than $10 billion. Those figures have raised some eyebrows among lawmakers. President Donald Trump and Senator Bernie Sanders have criticized Amazon's tax rate, saying the company has an advantage over smaller brick-and-mortar retailers. And they're not alone in their criticism. The chorus in favor of modernizing the tax system for the digital era is growing louder around the world. Groups like the International Monetary Fund, the European Commission, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have all called for new tax laws to better reflect the fact that many companies do most of their business online. This is where the idea of a digital tax comes in. France made headlines this year when it passed a 3% digital tax on big tech companies like Facebook, Amazon, and Google. Here's how it works. The tax applies to any company that makes at least 750 million euros, roughly $840 million, in global annual revenue from digital activities. So it automatically singles out a select group of tech giants. Those companies also need to make 25 million euros, about $28 million, of their revenues in France. A digital tax is different from a value-added tax because it doesn't target consumers.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Institut.stiami International Conference on Taxation Policy in the Digital Age. And before we start, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Director General of Higher Education of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Nizam, MSc, DIC, PhD, and will be represented by Dr. Wahyu Hari Haji. And then Director General of Taxation of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Suryo Utomo, SAAK, MBT, represented by Mr. Mekar Satria Utama, SAMP, ACC. And then Head of Higher Education Service Institution, Region 3, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwadani, MP, Chairman of Ilamata Foundation Board of Trustees, Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, and then Deputy Chairman of Ilamata Foundation Board of Trustees, Ibu Sri Martani Esos, Chairman of Ilamata Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SAB, MA, along with the member of the trustees, supervisors, and management of Ilamata Foundation. Of course, our beloved rector of Stiami Institute, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Atunreng, along with the members of top management and structural officer of Institut.stiami. We also like to greet the Senate Chairman of Institut.stiami, Professor Dr. Muhammad Mulyadi, AP, MSE, along with the Secretary and members of Senate of Institut.stiami, and also our chairman for today's seminar, today's conference, Dr. Novianita Rulandari, and then also Dr. Sing Hao Wu from NUK, Professor Elsin Gasimov from MCU, and also Mr. Leslie Law from Lytton, Singapore. And then we also like to greet all speakers from all around the world, presenters, invited guests, organizing committee, and of course, the student of Institut.stiami. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to explain about our custom for today's. This is the custom of Lampung, province of Lampung, one of the province of Indonesia. This wear will be wear by me and also the moderator for today. This is about Saibatin tribe of a group of people who live in the coast of East Lampung, Bandar Lampung, South Lampung, Pesawaran, Tanggamus, and West Lampung. This ethnic group has a traditional of patrilineal kinship system. And Saibatin means one mind, or you can be interpreted by having only one Lord. This illustrates the Saibatin tribe, which only has one customary leader, and in each leadership generation. Okay, that's all about the custom for today. And for all participants, I would like to give you some information. If you see notification on your screen, please click the notification because you're going to join a group. And we also provide about interpretation. Below the screen, you can click the interpretation and then you can choose. You can choose the language that you desire. You can use Bahasa or you can use English or other languages. Okay, before we start, first of all, let's praise to Allah the Almighty for all His gift and blessing, and salutation of peace to our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to his family, his companion, and those who follow him in upholding the cause of the right religion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start this conference with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First agenda, recitation of the Holy Quran and prayer by Ustadz Dian Wahyudin. Ustadz Dian Wahyudin, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات لأولي الألباب. الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم. قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض. ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار. صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much, Ustadz Dian Wahyudin, for the reciting and prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the singing of the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. To all participants in studio, please stand up. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to play our profile of Institut Stiami, so please watch. Okay? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, have a nice watch.
Stiami Institute was established in 1983, vision to become a noble, leading, and competitive university. Mission: organizing and developing the leading ethical and moral education, creating, developing, and disseminating the meaningful and beneficial knowledge to both national and international communities, publicizing the results of research and actions research, and also implementing various scientific innovations to develop professional resources in a sustainable manner. Motto: building intellectuals with moral integrity and ethics. Philosophy: increase the degree of human glory through education by having the positive thinking, sense of belonging, and cooperative traits. Stiami Institute's organizational culture: religious service, integrity, innovation, working intentions because of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, greeting to each other, enforcing salat in congregation at the early time, performing ZIS, zakat, infak, and sodakoh, pronouncing basmalah, salawat, and short sermon in every meeting, keep learning or reading, faith cultivating, praying for each other. Berseri means clean, healthy, effective, and efficient, neat. Honest, fair, responsible. Continuous improvement, unique, beneficial. At present, Stiami has 9 study programs, namely Strata 1 Public Administration, Strata 1 Business Administration, Strata 1 Communication Management, Strata 1 Logistics Management, Strata 1 Hospitality and Tourism, Diploma 3 Taxation, Diploma 3 Business Administration, Diploma 4 Accounting, Strata 2 Administration. Management Structure. Rektor Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng MM. Vice Rector 1 Dr. Bambang Irawan MM MSI. Vice Rector 2 Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo SEAK MA. Vice Rector 3 Dr. Jundo Harimurti MSI. Dean of the Faculty of Administration Dr. Novianita Rulandari MSI. Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Management Yuli Evita SAMA. Vocational Director Samsudin Esos MSI. Postgraduate Director Dr. Pandoyo SAMM.
Well, that's our profile. So, after you saw the video, I hope that you will know us more. Because there's a proverb in bahasa, ya proverb, tak kenal maka tak sayang. If you do not know, you do not love. That's the proverb. Okay, so the next agenda, we would like to invite our beloved chairman of the committee for today's international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Novianita Rulandari. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Novianita Rulandari, time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Director General of Higher Education of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Nizam MSc, DIC PhD, represented by Dr. Wahyu Hari Haji, Director General of Tax, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Suryo Utomo, SE AKMBT, represented by Director of International Taxation, Mekar Satria Utama, SEMP ACC. Next, Head of Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Region 3, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani, Board of Supervisor of the Ilomata Foundation, Professor Dr. Safri Nurmanto, Deputy Chairman of Ilomata Foundation Board of Trustees, Sri Martani Esos, Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrulo Satoto, SABMA, Rector of Institut.stiami, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng MM, Chairman of the Senate of Institut.stiami, Professor Dr. Muhammad Mulyadi, MSI, and members, Vice Rectors, Deans, and Deans of the Faculties, Lecturers, Chief Executive Officer of Litan Edu Class, Mr. Leslie Low, Vice Rector Moscow University, Prof. Elchin Gasimov, Dean Office of International Affairs, National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan, Professor Dr. Hasing Hao Wu, Member of Indonesian Tax Consultant Association, Member of Association of Center Administrator at Indonesian University at PETSI, Honorable speakers from United States of America, French, Netherlands, Russia, Czech Republic, Malaysia, Philippines, and also Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the world, for enabling us to meet together in this international conference, Icstiami 2022. Peace and salutation be upon to the noble prophet of Islam, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and his household, his companion, and his faithful followers until the end of time. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the entire committee of the Icstiami, who had worked to prepare this seminar well, and especially all the guests of this Icstiami. It is the third time to international conference, organizing an international conference, and is followed by 1,300 participants and presenters. The theme of Icstiami 2022 is taxation policy in the digital age. This conference expects to establish international scholars and academic community in pursuing global science, technology, and well-being, particularly for taxation challenges from the changing global context. In addition, this conference is also intended to connect the researcher from the field of multidisciplinary as well as professionals from various spectrum. Hopefully, this conference can significantly give more contribution to the global advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate and would like to thank you very much to the Rector of the Institut.stiami. We express our deep gratitude to keynote speakers and all speakers from Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Directorate General of Tax, Lagos International University, USA, Charles University in Prague, Czech Republic, IBFB, Netherlands, Moscow University, Russia, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, UMS Law Office, Laguna, Philippines. And in this event will be carried consignment of Memorandum of Understanding between Institut.stiami and National University of Kaohsiung and Institut.stiami and Moscow City University, Samara Campus. And then there's today's Memorandum of Agreement virtual signing between Institut.stiami and Litan Edu Class. On behalf of the organizing and steering committee, it is my great pleasure and privilege to thank you and hope that this conference is beneficial to all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Novianita Rulandari, for the speech. Wow, I heard that this conference attended by 1,300 participants. Wow, that's huge. Congratulations. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite our respected rector of Institut.stiami to give welcoming and opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng. Give applause, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to welcome all the conference participants by expressing grateful and praising to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala upon all His blessing, grace, and mercies that has made us possible to gather in this conference. Institut.stiami is very pleased to host this international conference. Chaired by a woman, we are proud of Assistant Professor Dr. Novianita Rulandari. Please let me, furthermore, deliver our salutation to Professor Safri Nurmantu as Institut.stiami founding fathers, as well as to Mr. Amrullah Satoto MA as Chairman of Ilomata Foundation for sustaining this event. We warmly welcome our honorable keynote speakers, Professor Nizam, Director General of Higher Education Republic of Indonesia, represented by Dr. Wahyu Hari Haji, Mr. Suryo Utomo, MBT, Director General of Taxation, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, represented by Mekar Satria Utama, MP ECC, and Dr. Insinyur Paristianti, MP, Head of LDL Dikti 3, Jakarta Province. Distinguished guests coming from various parts of the globe and all participants in this STIAMI International Conference 2022 with the theme Taxation Policy in the Digital Age. Ladies and gentlemen, treatment on the digital economy, and health taxes related to the pandemic aid, and fiscal sustainability is considered urgent. In addition to encouraging equity and avoiding the impact on economic growth, the government is exploring new tax instruments to address negative externality and to finance the provision of public goods in this rapidly changing digital era. This conference is an international summit dedicated to research as a media for diverse scholars to present ideas on the tax agenda, representing academic, business decision maker, tax authorities, and other bureaucrats. This is a really golden opportunity for sharing, discussing in order to significantly contribute to the progress of global taxation. We would also like to express our appreciation to our academic partners, National University of Kaohsiung, Moscow City University, Samara Campus, and Litan Academy. We have just come into Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreement to develop academic educational collaboration. Throughout this conference, we optimistically could take greater roles in the inclusive tax development. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for joining us in this magnificent conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hereby declare that this conference is open. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Rector, for the speech. Very exciting speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite our, well, it's very special, yeah, it's very special, and he's going to give speech, and he's from Director General of Higher Education Republic of Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Nizam. It will be represented by Dr. Wahyu Hari Haji. To Dr. Wahyu Hari Haji, time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My voice is clear?
Yes, Doctor. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Mohon izin, saya akan menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia, sekaligus menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Prof. Nizam, karena beliau saat ini bersamaan dengan agenda yang lebih dahulu sudah disusun sebelumnya. Salam dari Prof. Nizam kepada seluruh hadirin yang hadir pada kegiatan pagi hari ini. Semoga semuanya sehat, semoga semuanya terhindar di masa pandemi ini dan menuju ke endemi. Yang kami hormati Profesor Wahyudin, Pak Rektor. Yang kami hormati, nah ini orang yang sangat terkenal, Pak Suryo, Dirjen Pajak. Selamat pagi Pak Suryo. Yang kami hormati Bu Paris. Yang kami hormati para narasumber. Ini banyak sekali yang hadir di sini. Mungkin saya tidak sebutkan satu persatu, tapi dari Australia, Malaysia, Filipina, Rusia, Austria, kemudian United States of America, Netherlands, dan lain-lain, gitu ya. Dan juga yang saya hormati Noviani, Bu Noviani Rolandari, ini chairman di kegiatan ini. Saya mewakili Prof. Nizam memberikan apresiasi setinggi-tingginya atas terselenggaranya kegiatan ini. Sebelumnya mohon izin saya share screen. Mohon izin, admin untuk saya diizinkan share screen. Ada yang ingin saya sampaikan? Oke, saya akan sampaikan dalam waktu singkat apa yang diharapkan dari kementerian. Apakah slide saya sudah terlihat? Moderator atau Pak MC, apakah slide saya sudah terlihat?
Sudah, Dokter.
Baik.
Kami persilakan.
Terima kasih. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, ini adalah filosofi kebijakan pendidikan nasional di Indonesia. Jadi kita menganut dari paham Pak Ki Hajar Dewantoro, Bapak Pendidikan Nasional kita di Indonesia. Mungkin bagi yang ada di Indonesia ini sudah terbiasa, mungkin Bapak Ibu yang di luar, ini adalah satu filosofi kebijakan kita yang dimunculkan dari Pak Ki Hajar Dewantoro dan juga Pak Nadir Anwar Makarim, atau biasa disebut Mas Menteri. Jadi, bahwa transformasi kebijakan Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka ini memerdekakan unit pendidikan ya untuk meningkatkan learning culture dan inovatif culture untuk menciptakan growth mindset bagi generasi penerus bangsa Indonesia. Ini yang akan kita dorong di Republik Indonesia di bidang pendidikan. Tujuannya kita seperti ini, gitu ya, manusia yang beriman, takwa, kemudian berakhlak mulia, sehat, cakep, kreatif, mandiri, kompeten, dan lain-lain, gitu ya. Ini yang menjadi landasan kita semua. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini adalah arahan kebijakan strategi untuk penguatan pendidikan tinggi, ya, atau biasa kita sebut RPJM 2020-2024 yang kita sepakati sama-sama, gitu ya. Jadi di sini ada penguatan kelembagaan perguruan tinggi. Perguruan tinggi di Indonesia banyak sekali, gitu ya, hampir 4.000 perguruan tinggi. Ada yang sudah bagus, ada yang masih harus dikuatkan, gitu ya. Kemudian ada perwujudan diferensiasi misi, kemudian pembiayaan pendidikan tinggi, dan lain-lain, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nah, ada yang menarik nanti, Bapak Ibu sekalian, di kita sudah mencoba berpikir visi SDM Indonesia yang unggul, itu di tahun 2045. Ini adalah visi kita di tahun 2045. Ya. Kemudian, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita membuat sebuah transformasi kebijakan perguruan tinggi. Ada disebut Kampus Merdeka. Ya, mungkin satu hal baru di Indonesia. Teman-teman dari perguruan tinggi mulai dulu ya, tahun 2020 terkaget-kaget dengan ini gitu ya. Kita ada sebuah program magang kerja. Jadi mahasiswa kita ajak untuk magang di industri, kemudian kita akan akui SKS-nya atau kreditnya kita akan berikan. Nah, program-program ini ada 9 program yang kita dorong, nanti akan coba saya jelaskan satu persatu begitu ya. Dikit saya lewatkan saja. Nah, ini adalah strategi membangun pendidikan tinggi kelas dunia. Jadi melalui kemitraan. Nah, harapannya nanti diferensiasi perguruan tinggi dari riset-risetnya, kemudian kita sudah mulai mendorong universitas terbuka, MUUC-nya juga kita akan dorong gitu ya, untuk seluruh perguruan tinggi memiliki ini. Kemudian, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kampus Merdeka yang ada 4 hal yang ada gitu ya, yang kita umumkan. Pertama, bahwa perguruan tinggi bisa sendiri membuka program studi barunya, ya, tentunya dengan syarat dan ketentuan yang ada. Kemudian akreditasi perguruan tinggi, ya, ini dengan Permendikbud kita keluarkan kemarin tahun 2020. Kemudian perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum, ini apa tugasnya? Dan yang menarik adalah mahasiswa kita berikan hak belajar 3 semester di luar program studi. Ini adalah hal yang baru. Walaupun masih banyak juga perguruan tinggi yang masih, bagaimana cara melaksanakan ini, bagaimana cara mengimplementasikan ini, gitu ya. Kita harapkan di sini sinergi di perguruan tinggi, dan yang saya coba highlight adalah bahwa dosen sebagai penggerak di sini. Dosen memfasilitasi bentuk kegiatan pembelajaran mahasiswa secara independen. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, ada 9 kegiatan. Ya, ada magang, kemudian ada mengajar di sekolah, ada proyek kemanusiaan. Begini ceritanya. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi nanti mahasiswa selain dia kuliah di kampusnya sendiri-sendiri, dia punya hak gitu ya untuk berkegiatan di luar kampus. Ya, selama maksimal 3 semester. 2 semesternya di luar kampus. Misalnya, mereka magang di industri dulu 1 semester dan bisa diperpanjang 1 semester. Kemudian dia juga bisa belajar di kampusnya sendiri, tetapi di beda bidang studi atau di beda jurusan atau di beda departemen. Nah, itu semua bisa diakui kreditnya untuk mahasiswa. Nah, semua itu akhirnya penguatan ekosistem kampus pun kita harus bangun melalui indikator kinerja utama perguruan tinggi. Jadi, mungkin saya sedikit menggarisbawahi yang nomor 3. Dosen berkegiatan di luar kampus. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau zaman dulu dosen banyak di kampus, hanya ngajar, gitu ya, hanya ngajar saja. Sekarang kita dorong untuk dosen berkegiatan di luar kampus, mencari pengalaman di industri, ya, kemanapun itu, gitu ya, agar apa? Si dosen ini tidak terkungkung, si dosen ini juga bisa merdeka dalam belajarnya, dan dia akan banyak mendapatkan ilmu-ilmu baru. Ini dari semua indikator kinerja utama perguruan tinggi yang ada di Indonesia. Yang pertama adalah lulusan mendapatkan pekerjaan yang layak, gitu ya, entah dia sebagai wirausaha ataupun dia bekerja di salah satu studi, begitu ya. Kemudian mahasiswa mendapat pengalaman di luar kampus, kemudian dosen berkegiatan di luar kampus, praktisi mengajar. Jadi kita akan dorong praktisi untuk masuk ke kampus-kampus, gitu ya. Kemudian hasil kerja dosen, ya, itu bisa betul-betul dimanfaatkan dan direcognize, entah itu di masyarakat Indonesia ataupun internasional. Nah, hasil karya Bapak Ibu di dalam conference ini, saya yakin banyak hasil-hasil kerja Bapak Ibu sekalian dosen yang ada di sini juga semua Anda akan digunakan di masyarakat. Nah, itu salah satu IKU kita. Dan kita berharapkan nanti menjadi program studi yang bekerja sama dengan mitra kelas dunia. Nah, ini kepada Pak Rektor yang ada di sini. Pak Rektor, ini sudah ada banyak sekali perguruan tinggi gitu ya di luar sana kita ajak kerjasama di sini. Gitu. Terus harapannya adalah program studi berstandar internasional. Kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini saya lewatkan saja, nanti akan saya berikan. Ini adalah program flagship-nya Mas Menteri gitu ya, atau kita sebut Kemdikbudristek. Jadi ada kampus mengajar, ada pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka, kemudian ada micro kredensial, kemudian ada mobilitas internasional mahasiswa Indonesia, kemudian yang terakhir adalah pabrik wirausaha. Oke, pabrik wirausaha saya akan coba highlight yang pabrik wirausaha. Pabrik wirausaha ada program namanya Wirausaha Merdeka. Kebetulan saya ketua programnya, kebetulan di Wirausaha Merdeka. Jadi Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami ya nanti di Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan ini di program Wirausaha Merdeka itu akan menyasar mahasiswa yang probabilitasnya rendah untuk dapat pekerjaan. Nah, ini sasaran mahasiswa yang jarang dijangkau oleh orang-orang atau dijangkau oleh kegiatan. Jadi mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang probabilitasnya rendah untuk dapat pekerjaan. Bisa jadi IP-nya cuma 2,5 gitu ya. Belajarnya malas-malas, kita temukan itu. Dan kita ingin mereka ini kita bekali dengan keterampilan yang diperlukan untuk menjadi wirausahawan. Jadi mereka akan kita ajak, mahasiswa yang tadi probabilitasnya rendah untuk dapat pekerjaan, kita ajak mereka, kita ajarin ilmu wirausaha agar dia bisa menjadi pengusaha. Ini adalah program pabrik wirausaha kita, dan kita akan menyasar ribuan, bahkan ratusan ribu mahasiswa yang ada di Indonesia akan kita dorong ke sana. Ini adalah program-program yang berjalan, dan ini adalah program-program baru gitu ya, yang ada di Kemdikbud, ada di Dikti maupun vokasi gitu ya. Nanti akan saya share slide ini. Ini akan sangat berguna kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dan mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan di pagi hari ini, sekilas beberapa program yang ada di Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan. Ini adalah pesan yang ingin disampaikan oleh Pak Nizam, oleh Prof. Nizam, agar saya menyampaikan ini. Jadi, sekali lagi, kami memberikan apresiasi kegiatan ini, tapi kami punya misi dari kementerian untuk ini disampaikan seluas-luasnya kepada masyarakat Indonesia sebanyak-banyaknya. Mungkin itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan di pagi hari ini. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan kepada MC. Silakan.
For the speech. Dr. Wahyu, I would like to invite you to stay on cam, stay on a screen, because we're going to give you a token of appreciation, the award certificate from our beloved rector.
Thank you.
Pak Dr. Wahyu, sangat baik prestasi Anda sebagai presentasi dari Profesor Nizam. Karena itu kami serahkan sertifikat ini sebagai bentuk apresiasi sebaliknya dari Institut Stiami. Mohon doa sukses selalu, Pak.
Amin. Terima kasih, Pak.
Thank you very much, Professor Wahyudin and Dr. Wahyu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Director General of Taxation, Mr. Suryo Utomo SEAK MBT, to give keynote speech. To Mr. Suryo Utomo SEAK MBT, time is yours.
Thank you, MC. Audio check, can you hear my voice? Hello? Is it okay? Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Suryo.
My name is Mekar Satria Utama. I'm on behalf of our commissioner, our Director General, Bapak Suryo Utomo, because he has another agenda with Minister. So I would like to read his speech regarding our international tax conference today. Let me start. The Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latureng, Rector of Stiami Institutes, the Honorable Dr. Novianita Rulandari, Chairman of the committee, the Honorable Professor Insinyur Nizam, Director General of Higher Education, Republic of Indonesia, has been represented by Bapak Dr. Har.
Mr. Mekar Satrio, can you open the cam, please? Because your camera is off.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Now?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let me continue. And also the honorable all speaker who contributes to the Icstiami International Conference, Bapak Dr. Mahfud Siddiq from Indonesia, Melinda Browns, OECD, Dr. Fauzilah Saleh, Malaysia, Attorney Urain Leslie F. Mambong Sings from Philippines, Professor Tatiana Serebiakova from Russia, Dr. Edi Bruno Esin, Austria, Professor Dr. Miroslav Matkia from United States, and also Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer, Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, our highest praise to the Almighty God, for we cannot gather here in good health and have this joyful moment without His blessing and companionship. It is a great pleasure for me to deliver a speech for today's international conference on taxation policy in the digital age. Let me start by thanking our host, Stiami Institute, for the effort in making this virtual international conference possible. At the beginning of 2020, nobody imagines this pandemic would hit us severely. We can still go anywhere we want and do everything freely. However, what we considered normal before now has to be changed, and it has practically affected every aspect of our lives. Countries around the world are fighting a long battle to contain and mitigate the virus that has consumed most of the nation's resources. The fiercest battle might happen mostly in health-related areas. However, as part of the community, and most importantly, as a tax administration that has the authority in formulating the tax policy, we shall give our share to ease the adverse impact, especially in the fields of economy and taxes. In response to the pandemic, the President of the Republic of Indonesia stipulated 3 related regulations, one of which is government regulations in lieu of Law Number 1 of 2020, which has been passed as Law Number 2 of 2020, or known as Perpu Number 1. That Perpu specifically regulates state financial, taxations, national economic recovery programs, and financial system stability policies. The law has since become a legal umbrella for governing taxation matters related to cross-border digital economic activities, among other things, the implementations of VAT on the utilizations of digital products and services by Indonesian customers. In May 2020, we issued the regulations of the Minister of Finance number 48 of 2020, which imposed a 10% VAT on the utilization of digital products and services. Foreign merchants and service providers who have been appointed as VAT collector shall be obliged to charge VAT on their sales of digital products to Indonesian customers. Alongside the VAT, Perpu 1 actually also applies the impositions of income tax and the newly introduced electronic transactions tax. Income tax or electronic transaction tax is imposed on transactions through the electronic trading conducted by foreign business that meet the provisions of significant economic presence. Foreign businesses who meet the significant economic presence are deemed to have a permanent establishment in Indonesia and therefore imposed with the income tax. However, if there is an agreement with the government of another country in the context of avoiding double taxation and preventing tax evasions, the referred foreign businesses will be imposed with the electronic transactions tax instead. The Indonesian government has not implemented this type of tax. Ministry of Finance has suspended the impositions of these taxes until a multilateral solution has been identified. However, while corporate income taxes still await agreement within the OECD framework, the government of Indonesia has proceeded with collecting VAT on intangible foreign goods and services. Ladies and gentlemen, recovery and response to COVID-19, as well as the broader quest for sustainable development, also demand a more systematic evaluation, such as whether our international tax rules are fit for purpose with changing business models, in which, since the pandemic hits, have been taking a sharp turn from physical to mostly digital. From the global perspective, tax systems around the world have been increasingly left behind in recent years by the rise of globalization and digital companies. They are companies operating across international borders that can shift profit to low tax jurisdictions around the globe by exploiting the differences between domestic tax rules. The OECD estimated corporate tax avoidance costs anywhere from 100 to 240 billion US dollars annually, or from 4 to 10% of global corporate income tax revenues. The year 2021 is marked as a new era for the international tax landscape. The OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on Tax Erosion and Profit Shifting, at least 137 countries have agreed on the two-pillar solutions to address the tax challenges arising from the digitalizations of the economy. Pillar 1, solutions to overcome the tax challenges of economic digitalizations, allow the allocations of tax rights to the source country without being based on physical presence, like before. This rule stipulates that 25% of excess profits above 10% for multinational enterprise with global turnover above 20 billion euros and profitability above 10%, including extractive and financial services, will be allocated to market jurisdiction. 7 years after the agreement's takes effect, the turnover threshold from 20 billion euros will drop to 10 billion euros. The implementation of Pillar 1 is carried out through the signing of a multilateral conventions, which opened in 2022 and is effective from 2023. In terms of Pillar 2, the overall design consists of two interlocking domestic rules, usually known by the Global Anti-Based Erosions or GLOBE rule, and also a treaty-based rule, which is the subject to tax rule or STTR. The two interlocking domestic rules, or the GLOBE rules, consist of the income inclusion rule, IIR, impose a top-up tax on a parent entity in respect of the low tax income of a constituent entity, and the undertax payment rule, or UPTR, denies deductions or require an equivalent adjustment to the extent the low tax income of a constituent entity is not subject to tax under an IIR. The GLOBE rules will apply to MNEs that meet the 750 million euros threshold as determined under BEPS Section 13, country by country reporting. The minimum tax rate which is used for purpose of the IIR and UTPR is 15%. A formalic substance carve-out will be included in the GLOBE rules, which will exclude an amount of income equal to 5% of the carrying value of tangible assets and payroll. In the transition period of 10 years, the amount of income excluded will be 8% of the carrying value of tangible assets and 10% of payroll, declining annually by 0.2 percentage point for the first 5 years and by 0.4 percentage for tangible assets for the last 5 years. The GLOBE rules will also include de minimis exclusions for jurisdictions where the MNE's revenues and profit are less than 10 billion euros and 1 million euros respectively. Furthermore, a treaty-based rule, which is the subject to tax rule or ICTR, that allows source jurisdictions to impose limited source taxations on the payments of royalties, interest, and certain other payments such as subjects to tax, which is below a 9% minimum rate, is an integral part of Pillar 2. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of the members of the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, Indonesia continues to support in achieving the global consensus on both pillars. In October 2021, Indonesia enacted Article 32A of the Law of the Republic of Indonesia No. 7 of 2021 concerning harmonizations of taxes for the implementation of a two-pillar solutions in Indonesia. For Pillar 1, to facilitate consistency in the approach taken by jurisdiction and to support domestic implementations consistent with the agreed timeline and their domestic legislative procedures, the inclusive framework has mandated that the TFDE to develop model rules for domestic legislations by early 2022 to give effect to Amount A. The model rules will be supplemented by commentary that describe the purpose and operations of the rules. Regarding Pillar 2, government regulations and or Minister of Finance regulations related to the implementations of GLOBES, which is IIR and UTPR in Indonesia, will be completed in end of 2022. IIR will be effective in 2023, while the UTPR in 2024. Subject to tax rule will go into effect in 2023, and ratification instruments are required for its implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding impacts analysis, DGT is still analyzing the impacts of the implementations of both pillars on Indonesia's tax revenue. Through Pillar 1, Indonesia benefits from the allocations of the largest and most profitable tax rights on global income received by digital MNEs. This arrangement also expands the digital taxation tax base. In addition, Pillar 1 reduces international tax disputes by removing unilateral measures on digital taxation. For Pillar 2, DGT is also still analyzing the impact of two-pillar implementations on the current tax incentives. The impact of each tax incentive scheme is expected to vary depending on the features of the tax incentive. In terms of the tax applications affected by the implementations of Pillar 2, government regulations and or Minister of Finance regulations related to the implementations of GLOBES will refer to the model rules, commentary, and the implementation frameworks of the GLOBES. My dear colleagues, at last, I would like to thank all parties involved in the preparations of this conference. I sincerely hope that this conference can be regarded as a step for us to initiate more advancement. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you very much to Mr. Mekar Satria Utama for the speech. It's very exciting and it's very informative. Mr. Mekar Satria Utama, I would like to invite you to stay on screen because we're going to give you a token of appreciation, award certificate from our beloved rector, Professor Wahyudin.
Okay, thank you.
Pak Satria Utama, kami dari Institut Stiami sangat memberikan apresiasi yang luar biasa dari presentasi, the good presentation, Pak. Salam kami kepada Pak Dirjen, semoga kerjasama kita tetap berlanjut. Sekali lagi mohon diterima sertifikat dari Institut Stiami.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor, sertifikatnya saya terima. Salam akan kami sampaikan Pak, dan kita akan lanjutkan terus kerjasama. Terima kasih banyak sekali lagi diberikan kesempatan untuk terlibat dalam konferensi yang sangat luar biasa pada hari ini. Terima kasih Pak Rektor, salam sehat, salam sukses.
Ya,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much Mr. Mekar and Professor Wahyudin. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next agenda. This agenda is the assignment of Memorandum of Understanding between Institut Stiami and Moscow City University, Samara Campus, or you can call it MCU. From the MCU, Professor Elsin Gasimov, and from Institut Stiami, Dr. Daryanto Hestiwibowo, SEAKMA. Now we would like to invite Professor Elsin to give a speech, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends from a beautiful country, Indonesia, dear scientific community. First of all, let me convey to you all a big greeting from the rector of our university, Ms. Galina Kozlovskaya. For a good reason, she was unable to take part in such an important forum due to the fact that she is currently in Canada. But she sends great greetings to all of us and wishes us productive work. We are signing an important agreement on cooperation and mutual understanding in the field of education and educational policy. It includes many positions, and we are glad that the agreement will help us all to build not just a framework relationships, but it allows us to build relationships in the field of mutually beneficial cooperation in academic work and others. It includes many positions, and we are glad that the agreement will help us to all build in the field of mutually beneficial cooperation in academic exchange, short-term courses in various subjects such as exchange of scientific experience and scientific information on research and educational work, exchange of experience in organizing the educational process, organization of joint scientific research, implementation of joint scientific research programs and projects, preparation of research work, implementation of scientific internships, professional development of teaching staff in areas of interest, training highly qualified scientists, preparation of joint scientific and methodological publication, assistance in publication of scientific papers in scientific and professional sources, mutual review of research and educational work, and others. And we have a very good practice of joint language training programs with foreign universities, participation in conferences, roundtables. The main goal is the development of education and culture for the benefit of our peoples, great Indonesia and great Russia. We are glad to see you here in Russia, and we respect Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Elsin. Thank you for the speech. Prof. Elsin, can I ask you, how is the weather there right now?
Oh, weather now is very fine. The temperature is 0.
Oh, okay. I hope that we can visit you someday in Moscow, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we would like to invite Dr. Daryanto, Vice Rector 2 of Institut.stiami, to give or deliver the speech. Dr. Daryanto, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning in Indonesia and probably in the evening in other parts of the world, and especially our honorable partner, Professor Elchin Gasimov. We are proud to have MOU with one of the world's prestigious university, Moscow City University at Samara campus, that has a proven record of attracting talented students from around the world. We are very enthusiastic to realize various academic partnerships, student and faculty member exchange, joining research and other collaborations within diverse environment. Thank you. And a very warm welcome from us to professors and other faculty members at Samara campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daryanto, for the speech. Thank you, Professor Elsin. Thank you, Dr. Daryanto. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next agenda. Consignment of MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between Institut.stiami and the National University of Kaohsiung. And I would like to invite Dr. Sing Hao Wu to give a speech. Dr. Sing Hao Wu, please.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, host. And on behalf of our president, Dr. Chen Yueduan, I'm delighted to have this collaboration opportunity with STEMI Institution of Social Science and Management in Jakarta, Indonesia. National University of Kaohsiung was founded since 2000. It's the youngest national university in Taiwan, and it's located in the second largest city in Taiwan, in southern Taiwan, Kaohsiung City. And Kaohsiung City is a port city. It's very scenic and it's beautiful and with a mild weather. I'm delighted to have these opportunities with Indonesian universities because approximately we have around 100 sister universities in Indonesia. So perhaps it will be the biggest sister university country of origins in our overall sister university framework. So in UK, have 5 colleges. We have a College of Law and College of Management, College of Science, and College of Engineering, and College of Social Humanities. So I think as we know that the STEMI institution is focusing on the law and public administration. And for today's conference topic is about the taxations. Myself, I'm also the professor in Department of Financial and Economic Law. So the School of Law in NUK is perhaps the most comprehensive and the sole law school in Southern Taiwan. So we are also focusing on the financial law as well as the tax law. So I think if we have these collaborations and with the signing of MOU, we can see for further collaborations in terms of student exchange and perhaps for co-hosting the law or politics a conference in the future. Again, I would like to express my sincere appreciations to the Rector of STEMI Institution, Professor Dr. Wahyudi, and the Vice Rector of Dr. Dayato. Thank you very much, and we hope that we can have more and further in-depth collaboration in the future. I appreciate that.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Sing Hao Wu. Did I pronounce your names correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank
Pronounced
you.
correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, once again, we would like to invite Dr. Daryanto, the Vice Rector of Institut.stiami, to deliver the speech. Dr. Daryanto, please.
Thank you, Mr. Doni. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. Especially our honorable partner, Dr. Sing Hao Wu. We are very proud to have MOU with one of the world's ranked university, National University of Kaohsiung. Although it was just instituted in the millennium in Taiwan, but such achievements have been achieved. We're very enthusiastic to realize various academic partnership, student and faculty member exchange, joining research in the area of business and administration, other collaborations such as joining conference in the new normal. So we will do this kind of conference offline. It's very interesting. In the near future, hopefully, within diverse environments. So our warmest regards to professors and other faculty in National University of Kaohsiung. Thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Dr. Singh and Dr. Daryanto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we just witnessed two of memorandum MOU between Institut.stiami and Moscow and also from Taiwan. Now, we would like to invite you to witness the sign of MOA between Institut.stiami and Litan Educlass Singapore. And this is the desk-to-desk memorandum of agreement, virtual of course, signing between Institut.stiami and Litan Educlass. And from Institut.stiami, signed by our rector, Professor Wahyudin Laturgang, and from Litan Educlass Singapore, Mr. Leslie Law. Let's witness together.
Good morning to all. Really appreciate this opportunity to collaborate with your esteemed institution. And my name is Leslie Law. I'm the CEO of Litan Educlass from Singapore. It has been, the world is changing clearly. In ways large and small, our lives are being changed by digital technology. The speed of change is unprecedented, and the transformation has been exponential. COVID-19 has certainly accelerated further the pace of change. To be future ready for the post-COVID economy, future talent would need to be lifelong learner with digital technology skill and 21st century competency. Our innovative work-study degrees aims to develop future-ready talent with 3 core competencies required in the new digital economy. Firstly, we develop Digital Explorer with ability to harness technology for creating value rather than just add value. Secondly, we cultivate work explorers who are not just knowledgeable thinkers, but also effective makers able to deliver tangible business outcomes. Thirdly, we nurture global explorers with 21st century competency, including communication and collaboration skill for competing in the global virtual economy. CLASS, which stands for Competency Learning as a Service, is aligned around a competency-based curriculum for delivering job-specific skill and competencies required by the industry. More than just delivering tech-enabled learning, we adopt 70-20-10 work-based learning pedagogy to deliver improved KSA, knowledge, skills, and ability. Our learners progress from knowledge acquisition in the classroom to workplace skill utilization that deliver tangible career outcome. Our graduates are global ready, having exposed to an applied learning journey where learning is work and work is learning. We are excited with the opportunity to launch this work-study program in Indonesia. This program would enable us jointly incubate this, what we call Golker talent for a globalized economy with the digitalization. And we look forward to a fruitful collaboration with your esteemed institute in contributing toward digital economy development in Indonesia. Thank you.
Dr. Leslie Law for the speech. And maybe we would like also invite Dr. Daryanto to deliver speech for signing. Dr. Daryanto, please.
Yes, distinguished participants and especially our honorable partner, Mr. Leslie Law. We are very proud to have MOA with one of the leading digital learning and talents platform, Titan Education Class Singapore. We are very wholehearted to realize various academic collaborations, integrating work-study degrees in order to develop digital talents with global ready future skills before their graduation. This is exceptionally strategic phase for us to respond the program of Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, Learning Freedom, Freedom Campus by Ministry of Education, Republic of Indonesia. Thank you.
Let's witness together the signing of MOA between Institut.stiami and Litan Edu Class.
Thank you very much for Dr. Lee Seung Low. I am now signing memorandum of agreement. Thank you very much once again for your appreciation.
Okay, thank you very much. Give applause, please. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wahyudin. Thank you, Dr. Leslie Law. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the main agenda for today, the seminar, the international conference, and it will be led by one of the lecturers of Institut.stiami, also book author, so many books that she already write. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Ma'am Rejeki Sulistiawati M.Sas.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The honorable guests, distinguished speakers, presenters, and participants of Icstiami International Conference 2022. Good morning from Jakarta, Indonesia, dear ladies and gentlemen. Praise is always be given to the God, to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for the blessing and guidance so that we can be here today to attend Icstiami International Conference 2002 on taxation policy in the digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel session of the conference is about to begin. And thank you very much, dear all presenters, offline and online, and especially for you who have been here with us, joining in virtual conference. Well, MC, thank you very much for introducing me. I'm Rezeki Agustiawati as the moderator for International Conference for today. And today, I'm wearing yellow. This is one of the Indonesian traditional dress that we call it Limpapeh Rumah Nan Gadang from Minangkabau, West Sumatra. Limpapeh Rumah Nan Gadang is also called as Bunda Kanduang. The meaning of this Minangkabau traditional dress is a symbol of a greatness of a wife or a woman who has a very important role in the family. Limpapeh means the central pillar of the Minang house that is to strengthen the building of the house. That's very important as a woman or as a mother in the family. So when the Limpapeh collapses, I think the house will too. So the message of these traditional clothes is about women or mothers who are not good at managing household. Harmony will not last long. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm very pleased to be here today to see you here and welcome all of you in Icstiami International Conference 2022 on taxation policy in the digital age. In this session, there will be 3 sessions. The first session is going to be delivered by first speaker, second speaker, and third semester, continued by question and answer. Then it will be continued to the second session from speaker 4, speaker 5, speaker 6, continued by question and answer, then continued again after the lunch break will be session 3 is going to be delivered by speaker 7, speaker 8, and speaker 9. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our first speaker today is Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, MSc from Indonesia, Director General of Tax of the Republic of Indonesia 2000-2001. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, before I invite him, let me introduce him or let me read his brief CV. Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, MSc, his education, Doctor in Economics, University of Gajah Mada 1998, Master of Science, Public Policy and Management, Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA 1985, Bachelor of Economics, University of Indonesia 1981. He's also a membership in professional association such as Indonesian Economists Association, Indonesia Fiscal and Tax Administration, and also a member of Indonesian Association Appraisal Society. He has joined several kinds of training in many different countries such as Singapore, London, Japan, New Zealand, Rotterdam, Netherlands, and Harvard University, Carnegie Mellon University, USA, and University of Colorado. He has several kinds of work experience. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome distinguished speaker, Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, MSc. Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, time is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to have
Good morning, Dr. Mahfud Siddiq.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Right, thank you very much to be here with us. And without further ado, it's time for you to give a presentation.
Ibu, I would like to ask to have people that can screen my presentation for this moment.
Okay, would you please be ready with slides of
yes, okay.
Dr. Mahfud? And time for giving a presentation is about 20 minutes, and I'm going to remind you when it's already 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all friends, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all, wherever you are. I hope you are all healthy and well. My name is Mahfud Siddiq. I am lecturer at the Institut.stiami, Jakarta. Very fortunate to participate in this conference. Thank you all for being here today. Let me start by deep thanking to Institut.stiami for providing a fitting venue and chairing this highly topics international conference to discuss into taxation policy in a digital age. I am very keen to discuss with eminent experts who will provide deeper insight into the issue. We may expect that OECD is deeply involved in this issue, including through providing technical assistance to many members, including for non-member countries such as Indonesia. Now, allow me, I am most honored to please to present my paper entitled Digital Services Tax, Challenge of International Cooperation for Harmonization. And let me begin with my presentation. The outline of my presentation consists of 7 parts of presentation, but I will skip some of them because of considering time limitation. Next. The spread of digital economy bring about many benefits in terms of growth, employment, and well-being more generally. At the same time, it gives rise to a number of challenges for policymakers. Taxing the digital economy is difficult to regulate. There are many types of digital businesses, and each specific case has to be considered individually. These challenges extend well beyond domestic and international tax policy and through upon areas such as international privacy, law, and data protection, as well as content and regulation, a strategic tax policy perspective to policymakers in relation to overall tax mix. In general, in the area of direct taxation, the main policy challenge raised by digital economy fall into 3 broad categories: nexus, data, and characterization. These challenges raise questions as to whether the current international tax framework continues to be appropriate to deal with change brought about by digital economy and the business model that is made possible. The digital economy also creates challenge for value-added tax system, particularly where goods, services, and intangible are acquired by private consumer from supplier abroad And from government viewpoint, there is a risk of loss of revenue and trade distortion. Next. An important finding from many researchers is that the problem of taxing highly digitalized is not due to their lack of taxable presence in many countries. It has often been said by the main problem digitalization poses for taxation is that companies can operate in jurisdiction without a physical presence that mentioned by our colleague from DG of Taxes. Tax authorities worldwide are also introducing newly tax laws, including in Indonesia, to deal with these digital businesses and require greater transparency through disclosure and seamless exchange of taxpayer information between tax authorities. Tax-specific technology may make it possible to answer the mandate of global digital economy with changing tax data flows, data analytical, and data requirement. The digital service taxes introduced so far by countries apply to a wider range of internet-based services. The current negotiation at the OECD through the inclusive framework of BEPS now focus on unified approach and Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 that mentioned previously by our official from DG of Taxes. Next. While DST is solution to lack of source-based taxation in the emerging digital economy, it is important to consider how it fits into our current taxation framework, the ways in which its distort economic activity, its economic event, and their distribution impact. GST applied is not a corporate tax under most current system, and there is strong evidence that a GST evidence will be very detrimental to consumers. Another issue that rises in the principle of neutrality, which is violated by the application of GST. Next. Technological innovation and the growth of internet have profoundly affected trade relations, production process, product, and organization of company. The base erosion profit shifting action plan reflected the particular concern the OECD has with the digitalization of the global economy. The OECD is under pressure to create an integrated approach to global taxation in the 21st century that reduce BEPS practices while avoiding double taxation. Negotiation at the OECD approach consists of two pillars, that non-Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. In addition to considering DST, harmonization of cross-border regulation, and minimum corporate taxes, the OECD has recommended including digital goods into countries' value tax and removing existing tax benefit for digital companies. In this case, Indonesia adopted the OECD recommendation and began implementing value tax for imported digital goods and services in the year 2020. Next. Digital services taxation general framework. The digitalization of the global economy has allowed companies to reach new market and create jobs around the world without a physical presence. leading to concern about tax evasion by multinational enterprise. In addition, these digital companies rely on intangible assets and are highly mobile. These two factors make it relatively easy for multinational enterprise to engage in profit transfer and other forms of tax evasion. This discrepancy in distribution of digital producers and users create political pressure to realign taxation with user location. Digital multinational enterprise create value from user data, frustrating governments in countries with user but without a digital physical present company. The current tax model makes it difficult for these destination countries to tax this value creation. Additionally, Indonesia officials have expressed concern about the perceived market power of America's digital multinational enterprise, especially, for example, Facebook, Google, Amazon, and Netflix. All these subjects can be found in the different countries. It refers to digital services that make advertising space availability online, but an analog example can be demonstrated by referring to the activities of digital intermediaries that allow users to interact and share of data generated from user-provided information. Next, tax policy option. In a tax competition regime, the digital economy exacerbated the problem of tax-based erosion, offering opportunities for elusive practices above those already exploited by the traditional economy. Moreover, because of these peculiarities, the digital economy raised significant problems for tax regime, in particular regarding tax-based apportionment, qualification of the values to be taxed, and withdrawal arrangement. The OECD BEPS has contributed to the debate on digital economy, even if it does not recommend to ad hoc taxation for digital enterprise. On the other hand, the OECD considered the possible introduction of new criterion for permanent establishment based on so-called significant economic presence in the jurisdiction. That is the newly debate between OECD countries and also developing countries. Since the release of BEPS final report in year 2015, ongoing discussion have focused on addressing the tax challenge of the digitalization of the economy. Discussion were focused on, again, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Next, Indonesia's tax policy option in responding digital services. Indonesia, next. Indonesia has an elaborate strategic framework for tax modernization, providing the legal basis for renewal of the tax administration system and articulates a high-level vision for tax administration reform. The Ministry of Finance, in the strategic roadmap for public finance management reform to year 2024, and the medium-term strategic note highlight the country's broadened PFM objective, but also prioritize raising revenue productivity by enhancing tax policy and transforming tax administration. Revenue streams that may be taxed by country include advertising, intermediation, and digital markets, and data transmission. The reason for GST is to try capture of profit made in a country, but then diverted abroad by digital multinational corporation. Next. COVID-19, despite its negative impact on the economy, offer an opportunity not only to overcome some of the resistance to tax reform, but also to tap new and growing sources of revenue. Internet penetration in Indonesia increased from 69.5% of population prior to the pandemic to 80% by midpoint of year 2020. While waiting for global deal, Indonesia has recently, as mentioned by our colleague from DG of Taxes, decided to act unilaterally by passing laws number 2 year 2020 and law number 11 year 2020, followed by Minister of Finance Decree number 48 year 2020, DST to be applied from year 2019, and lastly strengthened by law number 7. This is the most recent law on taxation, year 2021, concerning harmonization of taxation regulation. Next. Now, we are moving from the old version of our internal taxation with regard to permanent establishment to go forward for significant economic presence. Digital permanent establishment measure to introduce amendments to domestic nexus to accommodate the concept of permanent establishment have been adopted in the region. A new taxing right without physical presence, an important component of the agreement reached by member of OECD or G20 inclusive framework in October year 2021 is the creation of new taxing right to market economies which is independent from physical presence. This measure aimed at expanding the definition of nexus by accounting for significant economic presence and allowing for the taxation of profit of non-resident corporation regardless of the physical presence in the taxing jurisdiction. The concept of significant economic presence is if it's found that a non-resident company has an important nexus. It is recognized as SEP and tax on income belonging to it like permanent establishment, even if it does not have a physical presence in the source of jurisdiction. That's a very important change in the area of international taxation. Next. Next, this table shows us that many countries has been changed, shift from permanent establishment become a significant economic presence. Lastly, my concluding remarks. Next. As technology merges with economy, the rise of digital economy will create challenges for international taxation as well as domestic tax revenue mobilization, including determining where tax must be paid, collecting value-added tax, for example, and clarifying the treatment of workers in the new economy. As digital economy brings us into new territory, the question is it fair taxation or reality? Although overcoming the numerous challenges will be difficult task to policymakers, fair taxation of the digital economy is a reality a prerequisite to making the real sustainability change is enthusiastic country commitment and international cooperation that introduced by many countries, including Indonesia. Next. Reform in international tax framework may also have implications for competition in digital services sector. As cross-border digital services expand, the compliance of foreign digital service provider to register and remit value-added tax or GST taxes may become a precondition for their operation. From the perspective of both governments and firms, the implementation of OECD or G20 inclusive framework multilateral solution will increase compliance costs while at the same time providing tax certainty to ensure proper implementation. Effort to upgrade the current tax framework and tax practices will be needed, including, for example, the case of Indonesia. We are in the several years in the past changing our law and regulation with regard to concerning taxation. Jurisdictions will need to develop your domestic legislation implemented in association with the multilateral review process of the rule to be implemented. This is in brief my presentation, but I also provide my paper that can be asked to the organizing committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, MSc, for giving such a very informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give an award certificate to Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, MSc, and we would like to invite Vice Rector 1 of Institut.stiami, Dr. Bambang Irawan, MM, MSc. Time is yours, Dr. Bambang.
Okay, thank you. To our Honorable Speaker, Dr. Mahfud Siddiq, we were so pleased to hear your presentation today. Thank you for attending our seminar, and please accept the award certificate. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Mahfud, I hope you received the certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Mahfud and Dr. Bambang. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished Listen Together from Speaker 1. And now we are going to continue from Speaker 2. We would like to inform you about her brief CV, Melinda Brown. Melinda Brown is a senior advisor at the OECD Center for Tax Policy and Administration, or CTPA, with over 20 years of experience in international tax, specializing in all aspects of transfer pricing practice, policy, and law design. She was heavily involved in the development of transfer pricing guidance under the BEPS Action Plan, and as a member of the UN subcommittee, was also responsible for drafting key parts of the UN Practical Manual on Transfer Pricing. As the head of team supporting developing countries members of the Inclusive Framework, Melinda works to support capacity-constrained countries in addressing BEPS, as well as to effectively participate in and implement the two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges of the digitalization of the economy. Melinda was the main author of the OECD's recent report on developing countries on the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework. She also had a leadership role in the development of toolkits on international tax for low-income countries, by the Platform for Collaboration on Tax, a joint initiative of the OECD, IMF, World Bank Group, and UN. In 2022, Melinda took up a position as a senior tax advisor in the OECD South Asia office in Jakarta. Before joining the OECD, Melinda was a competent authority for Australia and a senior transferring pricing specialist at the Australian Taxation Office and the Australian Treasury. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Melinda Brown.
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. I am going to use a presentation, just a question to the committee. Would you like me to share the screen or will you do that for me?
Okay, would you please, the committee, share the screen? And how are you, Melinda? So you are in Jakarta now. Welcome also to Jakarta.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I hope you can adapt everything here in Jakarta.
I'm sure I will. Thank you so much.
All right.
So I think we have limited time, so I can get started?
Yes, okay, you can start it now.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting and very timely conference. Previous speakers have already mentioned the work that we have been doing at the inclusive framework on BEPS on addressing the tax challenges of digitalization in the sphere of corporate income tax. So let me continue along those lines and focus perhaps on some of the rationales, some of the reasoning behind the features of the two-pillar international tax package, which has already been described in at least briefly by previous speakers. This is, as other speakers have noted, an urgent and a high priority item to address the tax challenges of digitalization. But it is also something which has been high priority for around about 10 years. 10 years ago was the start of the BEPS project. Could we go to slide 2, please? The start of the BEPS project, at that time, we were in the aftermath of the global financial crisis. And countries around the world were dealing with austerity measures whereby taxes on individuals were increasing, government services were under pressure, and at the same time, we had a number of high-profile cases of large digital or technology companies that appeared to be extremely successful, but were apparently paying very little or even no tax in their market jurisdictions. And it was out of that context that the BEPS project was born. Could I go to the next slide, please? So the BEPS project was focused on addressing gaps and loopholes and mismatches in the international tax architecture to address lack of coherence, lack of substance, lack of transparency. One of its areas of focus was to address situations where so-called stateless income was created. In other words, income or profits that were not taxed anywhere around the world. That was seen most prominently in some very successful digital companies. The BEPS project at the beginning, in that first phase, did not have a more fundamental mandate to change the basis of the international tax system. At that time, its focus was on consolidating the system, to fix the system, to make it work better. But seen from today's perspective, that was really only a first step. Following that first stage of the BEPS project, which led to final reports in 2015, more fundamental questions about the international tax system have remained, and the challenges created by increasing digitalization of the global economy have also been on the minds of tax policymakers around the world. As a result of those ongoing questions, we at the OECD Inclusive Framework produced an interim report on digitalization of the economy in 2018, which you can see there on the timeline. And that was the start, really, of the more fundamental reform process, the more fundamental questioning of the international tax architecture and whether it continued to be fit for purpose in an increasingly digitalized age. The interim report identified 3 key features of increasing digitalization, which other speakers have already mentioned, but I'll outline them briefly here because I'll come back to them in terms of features of the 2-pillar package that address these challenges. The first one that several speakers have already mentioned is what we just described as scale without mass. So the ability of businesses to participate heavily in the economic life of a jurisdiction without having any physical presence, without, in other words, triggering a taxable presence, such as a permanent establishment. And that means, of course, that the profits that those companies make from local users or local customers will not be subject to corporate income tax. So their profits, they're not a taxpayer in the local jurisdiction, and therefore they're not subject to corporate income tax in that jurisdiction. It's important to note, though, of course, that this is quite a separate question from the question around liability for GST, goods and services taxes, or value-added taxes that might be due essentially on the customer. We're talking here about the ability of the market jurisdiction to tax the corporate profits of the multinational enterprise concerned. So that's the first feature. The second feature is a very heavy reliance on intangibles, again, as other speakers before me have noted. Now, we do have transfer pricing rules, which were addressed as part of the first phase of the BEPS project, looking at how we deal with intangibles, but I think it's quite clear that this is a very challenging area, particularly when it comes to intangibles that arise from the business's interaction with the market in which it operates. And the third feature identified in that 2018 interim report was on the value created by data and user contributions. So to take a step back, our typical transfer pricing analysis based on the arm's length principle used factors of production as a proxy for determining where value is created through the supply chain, and from that, how prices and profits ought to be determined. But in the digital economy, when we consider business models like social media platforms, if you take the example of YouTube, for example, the value of YouTube, the reason that, that we use that platform is because other users have uploaded content to the platform. Without that content created by users, there would be no attraction. So how does that value creation undertaken by users rather than suppliers or parts of the multinational enterprise itself, how does that fit into our typical transfer pricing analysis? It becomes a very difficult problem. So with those challenges identified, the inclusive framework on BEPS, which I note now numbers 141 jurisdictions as members, so we've expanded quite considerably from the core OECD membership. The inclusive framework started to work on possible solutions, and quite quickly, 2 separate work streams, 2 pillars, as others have noted, were identified. One, specifically looking at the challenges posed by increasing digitalization of the global economy, and the other as a more general sort of backstop, addressing this question around stateless income, income which is not taxed anywhere in the world. And this second pillar went on to describe a kind of global minimum tax, which would reduce the incentives to business for very aggressive profit shifting, and also reduce pressure on governments to provide ever more generous tax incentives. It's been quite a bumpy road since the beginning of the BEPS project, it's been difficult to get agreement amongst such a large number of very diverse jurisdictions. But we had a big breakthrough last year in 2021. And in October, we got to the situation where 137 jurisdictions within the inclusive framework were able to agree on a high-level political commitment to a two-pillar international tax package. Next slide, please. So this two-pillar international agreement, it's a landmark agreement, and others have already described some of the key features. Pillar 1 focuses on reallocating a portion of residual profits of the world's biggest and most profitable multinationals to the markets in which they operate. Just one thing I will point out here, that this Pillar 1 and Amount A is not limited to digital businesses. It's based on the earlier conclusion that you can't really ring fence the digital economy. You can't separate the digital economy from the digitalizing economy as a whole. And Pillar 2, again, as others have described, is a global minimum tax. The landmark agreement reached in October also included a detailed and very aggressive implementation plan, aggressive in terms of the timelines that were described there. It's a very ambitious timeline that has been put to the inclusive framework. On to the next slide, please. This whole process has not been possible, would not have been possible without very strong leadership from the G20. And we saw just last week that leadership continue under the Indonesian presidency of the G20, supporting and reiterating support of the G20 for the swift implementation of the two-pillar solution, accompanied by support to developing countries in particular to implement the two-pillar solution. I'll move on to the next slide, please, and the one after that, which describes Amount A of Pillar 1. So next slide again. Again, other speakers have already mentioned the key features of Amount A. So in the interests of time, I will pivot slightly to consider some of the reasonings behind those key features. We've mentioned already that Amount A applies to the largest and most profitable multinational enterprises. We estimate about the top 100 multinational enterprises in the world will be subject to Amount A, at least in its initial phase. Now, part of the rationale for that is Amount A does have a certain amount of complexity, and it's undoubtedly a very novel way of dealing with international tax, corporate income tax problems. So the rationale here for limiting the scope of Amount A, at least in the first instance, was to address the biggest, the most profitable companies in the world without burdening smaller, less profitable and therefore less advantageous companies and tax administrations in that first instance while we are in the beginning phases. There are two exceptions to the general scope, and that's for the extractive industries and for regulated financial services. Just briefly, the reason there is that for extractive industries, it's quite well acknowledged that the profits from extractive industries should primarily be taxable in the jurisdiction where those extracted commodities come from, rather than in the markets where they sell those commodities. And for regulated financial services, in the sense that the regulation already provides for requirements around where capital must be allocated, and also very tightly controls those types of businesses. The other aspect with financial services, of course, is that Amount A is premised on a definition of residual profit that is using a return on sales measure. So in practical terms, it would be very difficult to apply that to financial services businesses. Some other features are there on the screen, which I won't go through, but the last point that is on that slide there around digital services taxes is an important one. Other speakers before me have already described a number of digital services taxes. Amount A is intended to replace digital services taxes. Part of this high-level political agreement was that when Amount A comes into force, digital services taxes and other relevant similar measures should be removed. Now, again, important to note that this does not affect VAT or GST on e-commerce measures, but it does affect digital services taxes that are designed to be made on the corporation itself rather than on consumers. On to the next slide, please. This has the building blocks of amount A. You can see there's quite a few there. I'll just mention that the two that I've highlighted in green are the first areas on which the inclusive framework is conducting public consultation. So for those of you tax professionals in the audience who are following this work closely, the second building block in green there, tax base, is currently open for public consultation. So I would encourage you to look at those documents and to submit your comments to us to help us to improve those rules. Onto the next slide, please. I'll mention very briefly the other component of Pillar 1, which is Amount B. This is quite separate from the reallocation to market jurisdictions, and it addresses a common challenge within transfer pricing around the pricing of marketing and distribution activities. While these are considered relatively simple in transfer pricing context, they're very, very commonly the source of double tax disputes. And therefore, there is a proposal to simplify and streamline the application of the arm's length principle for these types of activities. Moving on, please, to the next slide, and then the next slide after that, where we look at Pillar 2. As I've mentioned before, Pillar 2 is the global minimum tax. Next slide, please. And it has two main components, as other speakers before me have also mentioned. The first component, in terms of the rule order, the first component is actually the subject to tax rule. This would operate first. The subject to tax rule is a treaty-based rule that is intended to protect the rights of source countries against base eroding payments. The other component here are the GLOBE rules, the global anti-base erosion rules, which complement the subject to tax rule and provide a systemic solution to ensure that all internationally operating large businesses pay at least a minimum level of tax on the income that arises in each jurisdiction in which they operate, irrespective of where they operate around the world. So together, Pillar 2 is intended to provide a transparent and stable system that results in more predictable outcomes for tax policymakers and for multinational enterprises. And as I mentioned earlier, is intended to reduce the pressure on governments to provide tax incentives that are often quite wasteful. At the same time, it's recognized that some tax incentives are very important for countries to attract foreign direct investment. And it's a particular concern of many emerging and developing economies. So as a result, as part of the GLOBE rules, there is a substance-based carve-out that you can see I've mentioned at the bottom of the second column there. The substance-based carve-out is there to protect the ability of countries to provide incentives for real investment. So it has the effect of partially sheltering income that is associated with real economic substance in the form of tangible assets and expenses on payroll. So where those two factors exist, a portion of the income of that company will be effectively sheltered from the minimum tax that's under the GLOBE rules. So others have already described some of the mechanism of the GLOBE rules. It has a number of interlocking rules to ensure that the minimum tax is payable on income that arises in each jurisdiction, irrespective of where the multinational operates, and even if not every country in the world decides to implement these rules. The status of the GLOBE rules is of a common approach. So it's not a minimum standard. A common approach means that all members of the inclusive framework who have agreed to this two-pillar solution, of which I mentioned before, there are 137 jurisdictions. So all of those members agree that the GLOBE rules, if they were to implement it, should implement it consistently, and also recognize the right of other jurisdictions to implement the GLOBE rules should they wish to do so.
Time is almost up.
Yeah, I'm almost finished. And the interlocking rules between the income inclusion rule and the UTPR mean that even if one particular jurisdiction does not incorporate the GLOBE rules, others can still ensure a top up to the minimum 15% rate. So I think that about brings me to the close of my presentation. I'll just move on to the final 2 slides. The next slide describes the process of the GLOBE rules. Next slide, please. Describes the process of working out the GLOBE rules. These were released as part of the model rules by the Inclusive Framework last December. And you can see it's quite a mechanical approach to determine how much and where the top-up tax should be payable. In the interest of time, I won't go through all of that. Just onto the final slide to thank you for your attention on this presentation. It's a lot to go through in a short 20 minutes, but I hope that that has been interesting and useful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Melinda Brown, for a very interesting presentation. And we are going to continue by certificate award, and we would like to invite Vice Rector 1 of Institut.stiami, Dr. Bambang Irawan, MM, MSE.
Thank you very much for our distinguished speaker, Ms. Melinda Brown from USCD. Thank you once again for your attention in this conference, and please accept the award certificate from Institut.stiami. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for you to be here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, actually, we have speaker 3. But so sadly, we would like to inform you that speaker 3, Professor Madya Dr. Fauzilah Binti Saleh, Associate Professor from Fakulti Perniagaan dan Pengurusan Kampus Gong Badak, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Terengganu Darul Ilm Malaysia, cannot be here with us today because she is sick, seriously ill. Last night, I was still talking with her, and she said okay, but this morning, very, very sorry that her saturation is 75, so it's very low, but she's here now. I hope I can say hello and good morning to Dr. Fauzilah. Yeah, and before we continue to question and answer session, let's pray for her. Hopefully, she will be healthier and speedy recovery. Pray for her. Yeah, I hope you are going to get better soon. Sorry for not joining us today. And dear participants, even though Dr. Fauzia cannot join us today, but of course, she has been ready making some PowerPoint for us, and we are going to share to all participants for her PowerPoint. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next is question and answer, and we have Professor Mahfud and also Melinda Brown. So if you are going to have some questions, please, we would like to inform you, we are going to call your name, and then the committee here is going to click your name. Here, I can read Wurianto Marso. Wurianto Marso is going to ask the questions, and we have 2 speakers here, Dr. Mahfud and Melinda Brown. So please, you may start giving questions by opening your camera and don't forget to unmute. Okay, he's not joining us yet, so I'm going to call another participant, and I would like to call another participant. If you may have some questions, please raise your hand. And the committee is going to choose who are going to be given a chance to have some questions and answer. And I think we are going to have 3 questions only because the time is not enough. I'm afraid if so many questions. No questions. Okay, I would like to invite Dr. Mahfud and Melinda Brown for this session. There are no questions from the participants, and I would like to say thank you very much, Dr. Mahfud and also Melinda Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, give applause for the 2 speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, terima kasih.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, because speaker 3 is not here with us, we are going to continue for the next speaker. And for this session, session 2, there will be 3 speakers, speaker 4, speaker 5, and speaker 6. And for speaker 4, I would like to inform you, she's Attorney Urane Leslie F. Mambong Singh, and she has a lawyer. Let me read her brief CV. Attorney Urane Leslie F. Mambong Singh, a lawyer, Bachelor of Law in 2017, Sambeda College, Alabang School of Law, Alabang, Muntinlupa City. Bachelor of Arts in History, April 2012, University of Philippines, Diliman or Diliman Quezon City. And also she got Bachelor of Arts in European Languages, and also she's working at UMS Law Office, volunteer at PASLIT, a Filipino youth-led policy advocacy organization for abandoned, neglected, and orphaned children. She got experience as a freelance writer, legal counsel, and also language teacher of French, Spanish, and Korean. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our speaker for today, Attorney Urane Leslie F. Mambong Singh. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you too, very clearly. Yes. How's Philippines?
It's okay. It's a bit rainy today from where I am.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So
Thank you very much for coming to this event. And without further ado, it's time for you to start giving a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for that introduction. So good morning, everyone, to all my fellow speakers and to all the participants in this conference. Again, thank you to the organizers for having me here. So now let us talk about Philippine taxation in the digital age. So my discussion will mainly focus on the updates on Philippine policies in relation to new taxable online activities and tax-related transactions that Filipinos can now do with our government. So first, next slide, please. Here is an overview of the taxation policy here in the Philippines. On the next slide, so the main taxation law in effect in the Philippines right now is the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. So on the next slide, we can see Section 23 of that law. It lays down the general principles on who are subject to income tax. So let's just focus on the income tax. So first one, Filipinos living in the Philippines are taxable on their income from inside and outside the Philippines. On the other hand, Filipinos living abroad or Filipinos who are overseas contract workers are taxable only on their income coming from the Philippines. So this is, for example, they have their main profession abroad or overseas, but they have, let's say, a rental property here in the Philippines, so their income from that would be taxable here. On the next slide, so foreign national or a non-Filipino here in the Philippines is taxable only for his income coming from the Philippines. And then as to corporations, okay, next slide, please. So a domestic or a Filipino corporation is taxed on its income from sources inside and outside the Philippines, just like a Filipino individual, while a foreign corporation is only taxable on income derived from sources within the Philippines, just like a non-foreign or foreign national here in the Philippines. Okay, so these are the main taxable people or entities here in the Philippines. Okay, and then the government body in charge with collecting taxes here in the Philippines is the Bureau of Internal Revenue, or the BIR. Okay, so the BIR has implemented further policies on taxation following the increase on online business activities here in the Philippines. So on the next slide, the first policy is in Revenue Memorandum Circular number 55-2013. This was issued in 2013. Its subject is reiterating taxpayers' obligations in relation to online business transactions. So on the next page, slide. So in this memorandum, the BIR reminded Filipinos and non-foreign and foreign nationals in the Philippines that the income from the following transactions are taxable income. So the online transactions are online shopping or online retailing, online intermediary services, online advertisement, classified ads, and online auctions. Okay. So BIR emphasized that the persons involved in these online transactions has the duty to register their businesses or to update their registration as taxpayer that they are now business owners, and that they should also print and issue receipts. They should file their tax returns, and they should also keep books of accounts. Okay, and then the next one, next slide, please. Okay, and next one. Okay, so these are what I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There. Okay, and then the next issuance of the BIR is the Revenue Memorandum Circular number 60-2020. This was issued in 2020. Okay, so the subject of this memorandum circular is the obligations of persons conducting business transactions through any forms of electronic media and notice to unregistered businesses. So on the next slide, please. So this memorandum circular basically mandated those with new online businesses to register their business, and for existing taxpayers who have started their online business to update their registration. Along with that mandate, so there is a given deadline, which was extended twice. But anyway, so along with the mandate was a reminder that should they fail to comply, or if these online businesses, new online businesses, and taxpayers are found to be non-compliant, there would be corresponding penalties. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the third one is the Revenue Memorandum Circular number 97-2021. So this was issued just last year. The subject is taxation of any income received by social media influencers. Okay. So this was brought about by reports to the BIR that social media influencers are not paying their income taxes despite earning huge income from different social media platforms, and that some social media influencers are not actually registered with the BIR, or they are registered under different tax types or line of business, but are also not declaring their earnings from social media platforms for tax purposes. Okay, so on the next slide, please. So under this memorandum circular, the social media influencers are defined as, okay, individuals or corporations receiving income in cash or in kind from any social media sites and platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Snapchat, and the like. in exchange for services performed as bloggers, video bloggers, or vloggers, or as influencers. Okay, next slide, please. So through this memorandum circular, the BIR reminded the social media influencers that they are also required to, again, register themselves as their exercise of being social media influencers, and so that they will be responsible to also pay their income tax, or to pay business tax, which may be percentage tax or value added tax. Okay. Okay. So following the general principles in taxations here in the Philippines, of course, not all who are liable to pay income tax are actually supposed to pay income tax. I mean, there are exemptions and there are deductions which are also applicable to these online businesses and to these social media influencers. So one of this is that here in the Philippines, if your income tax, if your annual income is 250,000, okay, if it is less than 250,000, it would be exempted from paying any income tax. So all you have to do is just file your income tax return declaring that your income for this year is less than 250,000. And then if it exceeds 250,000, then a graduated amount of tax would be applied or would be required for you to pay. Okay. So another exemption is applied to those businesses who are involved in export sales. So export sales are subject to 0% tax here in the Philippines. So if the online businesses are involved in export sales of goods, they won't be liable to pay, they won't be liable to pay income tax because the tax imposed on them is 0%. Okay, and then on the next slide, okay. So for taxpayers here in the Philippines, there are allowed, as I mentioned before, there are allowed deductions so that your taxable income would be decreased. Okay. So some of the deductions allowed are the expenses, of course, that you have for your businesses. So sample business expenses for the social media influencers or for online businesses are the following. This was given in the revenue memorandum circular. So these are the examples. Number one, filming expenses. So the cost for cameras, smartphones, microphones, and other filming equipment. Expense on computer equipment, subscription and software licensing fees. Okay, next slide, please. Internet and communication expenses, home office expenses, or if they are paying rent or utilities, and then other deductible expenses are office supplies. Next slide, please. And other business expenses such as travel or transportation expenses related to YouTube business, payment to an independent contractor or company for video editing, costume designer, advertising, and marketing costs. So any expense that is necessary for the online business or for being a social media influencer, the social media influencer can actually declare that and apply that as a deduction from their income so that their taxable income would be lowered and they won't have to pay a very high income tax. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the next one is Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2021. So this is an order issued for all the offices of the BIR. So the subject of this is monitoring and verification of the tax compliance of online merchants, social media influencers, other businesses operating in digital platforms. So on the next slide, this memorandum order essentially created a special task force. Okay, so this special task force is mandated to, number one, create a database of all online sellers of goods or services. So this includes financial technology companies, online leasing services or renting out of property via Airbnb, Agoda.com, Booking.com, and other online leasing platforms. Next slide, please. It also includes, the mandate to create a database of social media influencers. Of course, as to how this task force will do that is another another topic of discussion. Okay. And then another one is for the task force to determine which are or who are registered or not registered with the BIR. Okay, so first they create the list or the database, and then from that database, they have to determine which ones are registered and which ones are not registered. And of course, the purpose is still so that these businesses would be compelled to register and of course to do their basic duties in filing taxes, and if they are due to pay income taxes, to pay the same. Okay, so in summary, right now in the Philippines, with the digital age, these are the taxable, these are the ones expected to pay taxes. So parties involved in, as I mentioned earlier, online shopping or online retailing, online intermediary service, online advertisement, and classified ads and online auction. So parties involved in these activities are expected to pay taxes. And another one, of course, are the social media influencers. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so these online creators are expected to pay their taxes. Okay, now moving on to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, of course, given the increasing trend on being able to do online transactions. Right now, transactions with the BIR can be done online. Okay, so these includes, next slide, please. Okay, so on the website of the BIR, okay, there they have there a list of e-services or their online services. So for small business owners, so these are for small cooperatives, sole proprietorships, they can register their business online, okay, through the new business registration or new BizReg portal of the BIR. Okay, another transaction that taxpayers can do with the BIR is for the employers to register their employees. Okay, so through the e-reg, okay, the employers can, well, they can check if their employees already have an existing tax identification number. Okay, and if not, they can register them. Okay, and another one, okay, next slide, please. Okay. Tax forms can also be filled out online and submitted online. And lastly, next slide, please. Of course, payment of taxes can also now be done online via the BIR ePay website, which is really very convenient right now instead of going to BIR offices and falling in line. Okay, so that is all with my presentation. I hope I am able to contribute valuable information on our topic. Thank you very much once again for your attention and time.
Okay, thank you very much, Urane Leslie. And it will be continued by award certificate and given by Vice Rector to Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo, SA, AK, MA. We would like to invite Dr. Daryanto to give a certificate.
Okay, thank you. To our distinguished speaker, the Attorney Urani Leslie F. Maambongsing, please accept the certificate as our token of appreciation. We are very delighted for your great contribution in this conference. Hope you are all always in good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue for the next speaker, speaker 5, Serebiakova Tatiana Alexandrovna. Before she's going to give a speech, let me read her brief CV. Serebiakova Tatiana Alexandrovna, Dean of the Faculty of Law and Management Head of the Department of Financial, Tax and Banking Law, Professor of the Department of Financial, Tax and Banking Law, Samara branch of the Moscow State Pedagogical University. She started her scientific and pedagogical activity in 1997 at Samara State Aerospace University, named after S.P. Korolev, in 2002. Serebryakova defended his dissertation for the degree of Candidate of Legal Sciences in Specialty 120014, Administrative Law, Financial Law, and Information Law. Tatiana Alexandrovna is a member of the Presidium of the Association of Law Schools. Professor Serebryakova has more than 70 scientific publications and 70 textbooks and teaching aids, a number of which have received awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Serebryakova Tatiana Alexandrovna. And for information, presenter, I would like to inform you, presenter join to link Zoom for parallel session. Yeah, there is announcement before Serebria Tatiana. For presenter, you may join in link Zoom too. Thank you. Okay, good morning, Serebryakova. Can you hear me?
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. And are you going to speak in English or are you going to speak in Russian?
Я буду представлять свой доклад на русском языке.
Right.
Если необходим, необходим перевод.
Yeah, okay, so Serebryakova Tatiana Alexandrovna is going to speak in Russian language. I hope all participants is going to use a translation or interpreter. Okay, time is yours.
Итак, добрый день еще раз, уважаемые организаторы. Прежде всего, хотелось бы выразить слова благодарности за приглашение и возможность выступить на столь высоком форуме. И всех поприветствовать участников, поприветствовать всех тех, кто у нас сегодня присоединился, чтобы выслушать различные мнения по поставленным вопросам. Приступая к тематике, хотелось бы сразу сказать, что каждое прогрессивное государство стремится создать эффективный механизм правового регулирования, который с помощью правовых средств позволял бы достичь на своей территории высоких целей. Эти цели – законность, правопорядок, высокий уровень правовой культуры всего общества и каждого человека. Достижение этих целей служит не только обеспечению прав, свобод человека и гражданина, но и активизации экономики в каждой стране. В то же время следует отметить, что этот механизм не может быть случайным. В свою очередь, систематизация правовых мер и действий приводит к формированию государственной политики в той или иной сфере. Налогово-правовая политика – это разновидность государственной финансово-правовой политики в области налогообложения, связанная с совершенствованием правового регулирования налоговой деятельности государства. Исходя из приведенного определения, следует сделать вывод, что налогово-правовая политика российского государства направлена на совершенствование правового регулирования налоговой деятельности государства. Основными целями налоговой политики Российской Федерации являются поддержка инвестиций, развитие человеческого капитала и повышение предпринимательской активности. Начиная с конца 90-х годов прошлого века, Россия активно формирует инвестиционный климат, который позволил бы активно развивать экономики государства. Вопросы стабильности налогообложения и разумный размер налогов являются одним из факторов, влияющих на объем привлеченных инвестиций, что влечет за собой повышение предпринимательской активности. Основу налоговой политики государства формируют два взаимосвязанных направления. Формирование доходной части бюджетов разных уровней за счет налоговых платежей и использование налогообложения в качестве инструмента для регулирования социально-экономической деятельности. Основу налоговой и правовой политики, как и основу любой деятельности государства, невозможно рассматривать без базовых принципов осуществления деятельности в сфере налогообложения. Обращаясь к истокам принципов налоговой и правовой политики, следует отметить, что основы для их формирования были заложены еще в XVIII веке французским экономистом Виктором Мирабо, который считал, что любое налогообложение должно соответствовать следующим принципам. Во-первых, оно должно основываться на самом источнике дохода. Далее, оно должно находиться в определенном постоянном соотношении с этими доходами. И последнее, что не следует слишком обременять себя расходами на взимание платы. Безусловно, нельзя не согласиться с данным автором, поскольку эти принципы должны быть основополагающие и на сегодняшний день для любой налоговой системы, дабы работать в рамках современной экономики. За прошедшее время принципы налоговой и правовой политики претерпели значительные изменения, и каждое государство в соответствии с направлением государственной политики в целом и финансово-правовой политики в частности определяет важнейшие концептуальные начала развития налоговой системы. Необходимо выделить основные принципы налоговой и правовой политики современного российского государства, закрепленные как в Конституции Российской Федерации, так и в Налоговом кодексе. В современной Российской Конституции предусматривается два базовых принципа. Первый – это сочетание федеральных интересов с интересами субъектов Федерации в области налогообложения и самостоятельность субъектов Федерации и муниципальных образований в области введения и взимания налогов и сборов, отнесенных законодательством о налогах и сборах к компетенции. Следует отметить, что финансовая система Российской Федерации имеет трехуровневую систему – федеральную, региональную и местную, в соответствии с которой функционирует структура системы налогов и сборов. Именно эти факты обуславливают необходимость закрепления вышеуказанных принципов, целью которых является предотвращение нарушения интересов каждого из участников. Далее следует отметить, что существуют такие принципы, которые регулируются налоговым законодательством. В частности, это законодательное установление налогов и сборов. Только в Налоговом кодексе Российской Федерации таковые могут быть установлены. Далее, экономическая обоснованность и установление налогов и сборов. Осуществление налоговой деятельности как органами законодательной власти, так и органами исполнительной власти в пределах их полномочий. Недискриминация налогообложения. Оптимальный баланс интересов налогоплательщиков и плательщиков сборов с одной стороны и государства с другой стороны. Равенство защиты прав и интересов государства и налогооблагаемых субъектов. Стабильность законодательства, регулирующего установление, введение и взимание налогов и сборов. Уплата организациями и физическими лицами только установленных законом налогов и сборов. Неотвратимость наказания за нарушение законодательства о налогах и сборах не только для субъектов налогообложения, но и для органов государственной власти и местного самоуправления, а также должностных лиц. Законодательное закрепление налоговых отчислений в бюджеты различных территориальных уровней. Классификация налогов и сборов по бюджетам бюджетной системы Российской Федерации. Оптимальное соотношение прямых и косвенных налогов в системе налогов и сборов Российской Федерации. Простота налогообложения. Справедливость установления налогов и сборов и их ставок по отношению к организациям и частным лицам. Как вы видите, перечень данных принципов достаточно широк, но он не является исчерпывающим. самое главное, он определяет те основные базовые направления налоговой политики, которые существуют сегодня в государстве. В настоящее время основным документом, консолидирующим всю налоговую систему, является Налоговый кодекс Российской Федерации. Следует отметить, что до 1998 года в России не было единого кодифицированного акта, и налогообложение велось исходя из множественности актов. Налоговый кодекс Российской Федерации на сегодняшний день состоит из двух частей. Этот закон принимался поэтапно, начиная с 1998 года, когда была введена в действие первая часть Налогового кодекса. В данной части обобщалась информация о видах налогов, налогоплательщиков, налоговом контроле, налоговых правонарушениях, а также некоторых других нормах, общих для всех налогов. Затем была принята вторая часть Налогового кодекса, где были зафиксированы отдельные налоги, а также указаны налогоплательщики, налоговые базы, декларации и сроки. Именно данный нормативно-правовой акт относит все измерения при согласованной налоговой политике. В целом следует отметить, что налоговая политика на современном этапе направлена на совершенствование действующего законодательства. К основным направлениям развития современной государственной политики в области налогообложения следует отнести совершенствование процедуры расчета осуществления налогов. Хочется отметить, что цифровизация, всеобщая цифровизация, которая происходит во всем мире, вносит существенные коррективы в процедурах расчета осуществления налогообложения. Устранение коллизий в законодательном определении налогов с учетом вновь принятых законов. Совершенствование системы налогового администрирования, предоставление доступной информации о критериях проведения проверок налоговыми органами, а также введение налоговых каникул. Хочется отметить, что в Российской Федерации на сегодняшний день существует достаточно стабильная налоговая система, о стабильности которой говорит закрепленные в вышеупомянутом кодифицированном акте принципы. И тот факт, что налоги являются стабильными и не имеют тенденции к росту, говорит о их постоянности. Перспективы развития государственной налоговой политики определены в основах направлений бюджетной, налоговой и таможенной тарифной политики на 2022 и плановые 2023 и 2024 годы. Этот документ был разработан Министерством финансов Российской Федерации. Обеспечение стабильности налоговой среды для субъектов хозяйствования, повышение качества администрирования с сопутствующим снижением административной нагрузки на налогоплательщиков и увеличением собираемости налогов, повышение эффективности, стимулирующей функции налоговой системы. Это та маленькая часть направлений, которые будут разработаны и приняты для совершенствования налоговой системы. Существенные изменения в сфере налогового администрирования будут внесены развитием национальной системы отслеживания товаров, обеспечивающей контроль за оборотом товаров на всех этапах от импорта до розничной торговли, формирование правовых основ для внедрения таможенного мониторинга, запуск нового налогового режима упрощенной системы налогового обложения, онлайн для микропредприятий с численностью сотрудников до 5 человек, введение института единого налогового платежа. Вот основные направления, которые на сегодняшний день отработаны Министерством финансов и будут реализованы. Результатом деятельности органов финансового контроля должна стать борьба с сокрытием имущества и активов. Следует отметить, что за данные правонарушения существует административная ответственность, финансовая ответственность, а также в самых сложных случаях это нормы уголовной ответственности. В целом данный документ определяет вышеупомянутые направления развития государственной налоговой политики, что дает основание полагать, что налоговая система будет совершенствоваться в интересах российского государства и гражданского общества. В В свою очередь, реализация государственной правовой политики в сфере налогообложения будет последовательной, направленной на оптимизацию законодательства о налогах и сборах, а также устранение сложности применения и коллизии законов. Законодательная база, безусловно, не стоит на месте, и она развивается вслед за техническим прогрессом, за экономическим прогрессом. И вместе с тем стабильность и устойчивость налоговой системы всегда влияет на стабильное развитие государства. В целом у меня все, что я хотела бы сказать по данной теме. Благодарю всех за внимание.
Finished, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. The next program is going to have a certificate award. And this certificate award is going to be given by Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo S.A.Aka, MA.
Our distinguished speaker, Professor Tatiana Zarebriakova, please accept the certificate as our token of appreciation. We are very delighted for your great contribution in this conference. Hope you are always in good health.
Yeah, okay.
Еще раз большое спасибо организаторам. Еще раз большое спасибо организаторам. И я уверена, что такие форумы, они привнесут возможность активного развития экономики государств в целом мире. Спасибо.
Спасибо за заготовленную презентацию. Спасибо, Alexandrovna. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just finished listen to new language for us, Russian, and now we are going to continue speaker 6. We would like to invite Bapak Dwi Koraharjo, MSI, MMBKP, CRGP. But before we continue, let me read his brief CV.
Ладно, все, Дианочка, спасибо.
Спасибо. Let me read his brief CV. Bapak Dwi Koraharjo, MSI, MMBKP, CRGP, Magister Management in Financial, Bayangkara University, Jakarta, Magister in Tax Administration, Institut.stiami, Bachelor in Management, Erlangga University. He is an expert in the field of financial, taxation, accounting, and corporate administration. He got several kinds of awards, has got experience to be directors in some companies, and this time he is a lecturer of tax, research methodology, and financial management, and trainer as well. He's also invited to be a speaker in many different events, member of some communities, and he's also a book writer, and his 15 articles has also been published in both national and international journal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Bapak Dwi Koraharjo, MSI, MMBKP, CRGP. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asti.
You're welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Fine. Alhamdulillah. I'm very happy to meet you in this event. And I hope we always in the protection of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Salawat and greeting always for Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his family, and his friend. Okay, guys. We know effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, Mr. President Jokowi and the staff doing to economy recovery. And we understand that to carry out economy recovery, The government needs a lot of money. And again, taxes are mainstay by the government to cover the funds needed in this activity. But if relying on existing conventional tax revenues, it's very, very difficult. So a new breakthrough is needed. Therefore, the government and parliament validated a new regulation, and namely the harmonization of tax regulation on Indonesia, Undang-Undang Harmonisasi Peraturan Perpajakan. One of the points in the regulation is quote-unquote tax amnesty part 2, which is called the voluntary disclosure program or program pengungkapan harta secara sukarela in Indonesia. Okay, so you must be wondering, what program is this? What is the VDP? What is voluntary disclosure program? Oh, no, sorry, committee, next number 2. Slide number 2, sorry, slide number 2, okay. What is a voluntary disclosure program? Okay, guys, on this event, I will explain about this program. VDP is a government program that provides opportunities for taxpayers to report or disclose tax obligations that not reported voluntarily in Tax Amnesty 2016. I repeat, VDP is government program that provide opportunities for taxpayers to report or disclose tax obligation that not reported voluntarily in Tax Amnesty 2016. Okay, so taxpayers who have not time to participate in Tax Amnesty 2016 are given to the opportunity to report their asset to this program and pay income tax from their asset based on the asset disclosed. When compared with the finding letter, the rate in this program is still lower than the penalty rate. Please, next slide. Okay, in this slide, I will explain the summary. Number 1, VDP is issued with consideration of several conditions. First, ratification of Tax Amnesty 2016 do not declare their asset correctly. So the taxpayer report but not correctly in Tax Amnesty 2016. Second, personal taxpayers do not properly disclose their income in their annual tax report 2020. Based on this, and added with data backup from automatic exchange of information or AEOI from the other countries, and from institution, association, and other source or ILAP in DGT, launched the voluntary disclosure program or program pengungkapan harta secara sukarela ini. Okay. Next slide, please. Slide number 4. Okay. Okay, guys. The VDP program has 2 policies. First policy is intended for participation with criteria taxpayer who have followed Tax Amnesty 2016, and the second policy intended for participant with criteria taxpayer who have not followed Tax Amnesty 2016. So, what are the content of each policy? Okay. The point in the first policy are, number 1 is the participant are personal taxpayer or corporate taxpayer. Participant this program is personal taxpayer or corporate taxpayer, those who report their asset incorrectly or not reported in Tax Amnesty Part 1 2016. I repeat, the participant in first policy are personal taxpayer or corporate taxpayer. Those who report their asset incorrectly or not reported in tax amnesty 2016. Number 2 is payable is calculated based on net value asset that have not been reported. And number 3 is the basis for disclosure is asset at the end of December 2015 that have not been reported in Notice of Asset Disclosure or SPPH. Okay, next slide, please. Number 4. Okay. The point in the second policy, number 1, is the participant this policy are personal taxpayer only. I repeat, this participant in second policy this program are personal taxpayer only who did not follow tax amnesty 2016. Number 2 is tax amnesty payable is calculated based on asset that have not been reported in 2020 annual tax report. And number 3 is the basis for disclosure is 2016 until 2020 asset that have not been reported in 2020 annual tax report. The same with first policy. Next slide. Okay. Next, what is the purpose of this program? What aim the program? The purpose of this program is to increase taxpayer compliance. Sorry. Please slide number 6. Committee, please 6 before. Yes, thank you. No. Yes. Aim to increase. Well, the purpose of aim this program is to increase taxpayer compliance. Increase taxpayer compliance in disclosing their asset voluntarily, based on the principle of simplicity, legal certainty, and the principle of benefit. So this program will guarantee legal certainty for taxpayer. Why? Because taxpayer are honest in reporting all their asset. Okay. If you ask number 7, slide of number 7. Next slide, please. Okay. If you ask guys, what benefit Pak Riko this program for taxpayer? Of course, I will answer overall. There are 2 benefits. First, this program provides a sense of comfort for taxpayer. Yes. If I can Indonesia, program ini memberikan rasa nyaman kepada wajib pajak. Okay, this program will fit. Okay, and number 2, this program will eliminate worries for taxpayer. This program will eliminate worries to taxpayer because taxpayer have not participated on tax amnesty 2016, or taxpayer not complete disclosing their asset in tax amnesty report. They can complete it in this program. Very, very easy. Okay. In this policy, the the other benefit of this policy are in first policy. The other benefit are the first, not subject to sanction Article 18, paragraph 3 of the tax amnesty law. And second, data on or information source from the tax amnesty report cannot be used as basis for investigation or criminal prosecution of taxpayer. And in the second policy, these other benefits are, number 1 is no provision for 2016 until 2020 tax obligation unless found assets are not disclosed. Number 2 is data or information source from the amnesty report cannot be used as basis for investigation and or criminal prosecution of taxpayer. Okay, please, next slide. Yes. What consequences if allows a disclosure of asset in the first policy? In the first policy for party design, whose asset are found not yet disclosed on the SPPH, is will be subject to sanction. Repeat. Participant whose asset are found not yet disclosed in the SPPH is will be subject to sanction. Rate in first policy is 16% for domestic net asset or net asset transferred domestically invested in SPN or downstream or renewable energy. 18% for domestic net asset or net asset transferred domestically. And 11% for net asset not transferred of domestic. Okay, next slide. Nine slide. Okay. In the second policy for a participant whose asset acquired from 2016 until 2020 not reported in annual tax report 2020 will be subject to sanction. Okay. Participant whose asset acquired from 2016 until 2020 not reported in annual tax report 2020 will be subject to sanction. Rate second policy are 12% for domestic net asset or net asset transferred domestically invested in SPN or downstream or renewable energy. 14% for domestic net percent or net asset, or net asset transferred domestically, and 18% for net asset they are not transferred or domestically. Next slide, please. How to disclose? Properly disclose asset in the asset disclosure notification letter or SPPH in Indonesia, which is a legal product of tax amnesty. And this letter sent by e-form at DGT online or DGP online. Yeah. While the term and condition in this treatment are: number one is VDP participant can submit the second, third, and so on at SPPH correction. Number two, VDP participant can revoke the SPPH by filing in the next SPPH with a value of 0. And VDP participant who revoke the SPPH cannot longer submit the next SPPH according to the revoked membership. Okay. Next slide. Last slide. Okay, guys. And this slide show an overview of this program with the following my information are: number one, as taxpayer report notice of asset disclosure SPPH by DGT online. Taxpayer report notice SPPH by DGT or DGP online. Number two is taxpayer receive a certificate from DGT. Number three, the taxpayer correct and cancel SPPH number one. Next is DGT conduct investigation to taxpayer. So clarification from taxpayer. Next step is taxpayer receive a correction letter or cancellation letter from Directorate General of Taxes, and taxpayer carry out preparation. Taxpayer reporting final income tax monthly report SPT-PPH final in Indonesia, and last taxpayer pay income tax from VDP program with a note. If taxpayer not pay, DGT will send a billing letter to in investigation. Okay, next slide. Finish. Thank you very much. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. Strong text, great Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause to Bapak Dwi Koraharjo. Thank you very much for your presentation. And it will be continued by certificate giving. And we would like to invite Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo SA AK MM to come here to give a certificate.
To our distinguished speaker, Dr. Andes Dwi Koraharjo, MSI, MM, CRGP. Pak Dwi Kora, please accept the certificate as our token of appreciation. We are very delighted for your great contribution. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Daryanto, Mr. Daryanto, thank you very much. I received this certificate with very, very happy. Again, thanks so much, Mr. Daryanto and organization committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And it will be continued by questions and answer for 3 speakers. We would like to invite participants, ladies and gentlemen, to ask some questions. And there is one question from Ega. Ega, would you please try to ask questions? And for whom is your questions? And after this, there will be a question from Dr. Andes Pandoyo SAMM. Ega, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Please ask what questions you have and to whom is your questions.
My name is Ega Mahermanu from Stiami. I want to ask some questions to Mr. Dwi Koraharjo. My questions are: first, does every taxpayer have to include all of their assets in their annual tax report? Second, does this not violate the rights of taxpayer? And the last, are there any sanctions if the taxpayer does not report their assets? Thank you.
Okay, and before answer the questions, there will be another questions, and the other question is going to be given to Urani Leslie F. Mambong Singh. The question is about the application of global tax in Philippines. Yeah, so the question number 2 is asked to Urani Leslie, and the question is about the application of global tax in Philippines. And now we would like to invite Bapak Dwi Kora to answer Ega's questions.
Okay, thank you, Ega and Ms. Asti. I'm sorry, Urana. I know. Okay, Ega, your question is if you ask, does every taxpayer have to include this asset on their annual tax report? My answer is yes. Based on the tax law, taxpayer must to report all their assets honestly and correctly. Okay, taxpayer must to report all their assets honestly and correctly, dengan jujur dan benar. Okay, that is in their annual tax report. So, it's not allowed taxpayer to report part of their asset. Yes, okay, taxpayer to report not allowed taxpayer to report part of their asset. So, taxpayer report all their assets honestly and correctly. Okay, Eka. Eka, it is my answer. So, second question is
only from
B.
The first question from Ega, and the question,
from Ega.
The second question is going to be
yes.
given to Urana Leslie. Attorney Leslie, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
I also read that question in the chat box. Anyway, to answer the question, so the Philippines is currently not adhering to the global tax system, because as I understand that the global tax system is referring to a central taxing organization for all nations, but the Philippines has its own tax system. However, in relation to income by, let's say, the foreign nationals coming from the Philippines is party to preferential tax treaties with certain countries. Okay, so under that treaty, I typed this also in the chat box. So a foreign national who earns income in the Philippines has two options. Okay, so number one is he can pay his income tax in his home country and then submit a proof of that payment here in the Philippines so that he will not be taxed for his income here. And the other option is for him to pay his income tax here in the Philippines, subject to the maximum rate on income taxes, which is there are certain incomes which are subject to a final tax of 20%, and for some it is a flat rate of 25%. So the importance of this is sometimes the tax rate of a foreign national is higher in his home country than here in the Philippines. That's why he can choose how he prefers to be taxed. So that's my answer to the question.
Okay, that is your answer, and I hope Pak Pandoyo understand about the explanation. And if Dr. Pandoyo wants to ask more questions, then it will be welcome. And for other participants, do you have any more questions? Okay. If there is no questions, so that's all for the second session. I would like to say thank you very much to all speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, give applause to all speakers. Well, I think we have finished 2 sessions on our conference, and we are going to have a break. And we would like to inform you that we are coming back to Zoom at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, and you can enjoy the video of wonderful Indonesia about Bali, Raja Ampat, Borobudur, and Labuan Bajo. On behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you very much, and see you again at 1 o'clock. Goodbye.
West Papua. Pristine land in the western Pacific Ocean. Ancient culture. A world of wonders. Mysterious and magical. The life of a tribe in sync with nature. West Papua's archipelago. Extremely rich sea life. Adorned with emeralds of islands. sprawling, protected in front of the coast. A heaven for divers. The richest marine biodiversity in the world. Home to majestic phantoms of the ocean. Meet the friendliest of people. In life at its best. This is life in an amazing setting, where Macarero greets guests. An amazing sea adventure. The best of fish. And travel in style and comfort. Here, the ancient is always only a short trip away. Always reminding us. Life is beautiful. Amazing cultures and lovely sea. West Papua. Wonderful. A mesmerizing getaway. A holy sanctuary. A captivating culture. Sublimely sacred. Yet also excitingly profane. The ultimate paradise. A luxurious escapade. Here you have some of the hippest spots on the planet. Release your inhibitions for an adventure of a lifetime. Whether you fancy the beach or golf. Just love food served exotically. Or adrenaline rushes. enjoy oases of tranquility. Where pampering is art perfected. Mysteriously festive. Tourism with its own history. Branded hospitality. The ultimate travel destination and more. Bali. Wonderful.
Indonesia.
So beautiful.
Hey guys, here we are at Komodo National Park. And here's one of the Komodo dragons. Isn't he amazing? He's so big.
The last real dragon on Earth.
Hey everyone, I'm in PVC boat.
Enjoying this beautiful morning.
I'm at Ayana Komodo Resort. It's beautiful and it's gorgeous.
Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle!
This cave is beautiful. It's so stunning. It's amazing. Whoa. This cave is gorgeous.
Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? Such friendly people and beautiful dancers. So it's true, this island is of sunsets. Labuan Bajo, you amazed me.
历史名城，数个世纪前的寺庙群，丰富的文化，美丽的海滩，还有热情的当地居民。这次要介绍的都在爪哇。三宝龙，在这里，中国文化和当地文化和谐相处。老城区被维护得很好，也很舒适。Lawan Sewu的意思是1000个门，实际上它不止1000个。这里以前是荷兰铁路的办公室。吃什么好呢？好好玩呀，就像我们祖父母时代的老火车一样。现在我来到了梭罗，巴里克文化从8世纪开始流传至今。在梭罗坐3轮车，这是古董市场 Drivindu， 东西很多。 有很多寺庙群，建造于9世纪的布劳山寺庙群也是其中之一。这是拉古波哥寺庙，看日落，好看吧？还有很多美丽的海滩在日惹，只需要选择你想去的地方就好了。日惹的银制品和舞蹈也很出名，这独特的技术，有机会我也要学习一下。不要错过婆罗浮屠和夜晚非常有趣的马里奥波罗大街。在这里购物和吃饭，好吃。三宝龙、梭罗和日惹，你喜欢的这里都有。快来这里和我一起感受文化、自然的美以及当地人民的热情吧。
Sumba. How many lifetimes would it take to visit the every single hidden beauty in this fascinating island? For me, hundreds of times. To feel the warm welcome from the locals that makes me feel at home at their first hello. To cross the distance, to walk so many different paths and simply get lost. To get amazed by its unique forms of nature, as every each of them is God's masterpiece. To move every part of my body as the stomping music takes me into tranquility. To cleanse my mind in the simplest way, by letting the vibes of my surrounding take control over me. To touch the coolness of afternoon breeze, reminding me once again the meaning of being free. To learn, to create, to discover, to actualize, to dream up, to find myself and ready to move forward. I finally understand the greatest and most important adventure of our lives is discovering who we really are. I found it in Sumba.
Can you hear it? The song of the universe. The voice is calling me. It's echoes of our past in a place before this time. They hold answers to who we are. They know where we come from. But why are they calling and asking me to feel this sacred land? Java. This land has so many secrets and stories to tell us. Its everlasting beauty connecting us with our past and future. Oh, Mother Earth and Father of the universe, can you hear us? These are offerings from our heart. Our love shines in every creature. It lives in every being. I'm ready for this magical journey of my life to look for something beyond. This journey is to remind us of ourselves. Now, I'm ready to rediscover our myth, our heritage, our DNA. And our history. And here we are, standing on the top of the cosmic mind. And I'm here to witness the greatest moments of our memory. And hello, we meet again. I see you, and I see me. Now, I want to meet my true self. Can you feel me? Mother, hold my hand. Father, breathe with me. I am discovering myself.
Gusti Tunggal lan Manunggal, anak-anakku jagat Nuswantara, eling karo sejatine urip bangsamu. Sejatine urip iku ana ing asih. Mamayu hayuning bawana.
and I see true lights within us. They're shining in every being. Our love remains for an infinite time. Mother, Father, I can feel you. This absolute love, it is always within all of us.
Anak-anakku jagat Kuswando tetap eling lan pusu kaluhurane bumi jagat Kuswando tumepeng anak turun turunan Guru Madyo Usana Bisonjoku Jiwo jagat Jawi.
Henrik and I have been dating for 4 months. One day, he surprised me with plane tickets to Bali. At the time, I didn't think I would have much of an adventure in Bali. And this was the prelude to a magical experience. It's a perfect morning while Henrik and I are enjoying our breakfast. He told me that he will show me a beautiful place. This is the place where tradition rules, where spirituality is everywhere, where negativities are lost, where beauty in the eye and soul is found. I could see here, respect is a way of life. Here, friendship and happiness blossom. Everyone I see is beaming. Even the locals who have visited 1,000 times smile as though whatever waits below amazes them every time. I love this walk. I love the flowers along the way. I love the gentle sun on my face. I love the sound of the water waiting for me below, sounding as excited as I am. The rocks are so majestic. They're in perfect harmony with the water and earth and trees surrounding them. The peaceful yet unbelievable nature that encompasses us. The perfect balance of serenity and amazement. Not just the sights, but the smell of fresh nature, the feeling of unique rock patterns, leafy textures, and spotless water, even the taste of pure air, and the sound of life in every plant, every leaf, every aspect of creation. All my senses are blessed, and I've never been so submerged in the beauty of nature. It's just us and nature, the way it should be. It's an indescribable feeling, a comfort, yet an ambition to see every crevice and every angle there was. Every view is incredible. The rays of light peeking through gaps above, the patches of green that complements the rocks, the water flowing through and connecting it all. Suddenly, all my curiosity is fulfilled as I stare at the great waterfall before us. I could never have imagined an ending so perfect to the sensational adventures that led to this paradise.
I wanted to bring you here to tell you I love you.
I love you too. How could I not love a man that brought me to this treasure?
West Papua. Pristine land in the western Pacific Ocean. Ancient culture. A world of wonders. Mysterious and magical. The life of a tribe in sync with nature. West Papua's archipelago. Extremely rich sea life. Adorned with emeralds of islands. Sprawling, protected in front of the coast. A heaven for divers. The richest marine biodiversity in the world. Home to majestic phantoms of the ocean. the friendliest of people. In life at its best. This is life in an amazing setting, where Macarero greets guests. An amazing sea adventure. The best of fish. And travel in style and comfort. Here, the ancient is always only a short trip away, always reminding us. Life is beautiful. Amazing cultures and lovely sea. West Papua. Wonderful. A mesmerizing getaway. A holy sanctuary. A captivating culture. Sublimely sacred. Yet also excitingly profane. The ultimate paradise. A luxurious escapade. Here you have some of the hippest spots on the planet. Release your inhibitions for an adventure of a lifetime. Whether you fancy the beach or golf. Just love food served exotically. Or adrenaline rushes. Enjoy oases of tranquility. Where pampering is art perfected. Mysteriously festive. Tourism with its own history. Branded hospitality. The ultimate travel destination and more. Bali. Wonderful.
Indonesia.
beautiful. Hey guys, here we are, Komodo National Park. And here's one of the Komodo dragons. Isn't he amazing? He's so big. The last real dragon on Earth. Hey everyone, I'm in PVC boat. Enjoying this beautiful morning. I'm at Ayana Komodo Resort. It's beautiful. And it's gorgeous. Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! I'm in Goa Ronco. This cave is beautiful. It's so stunning. It's amazing. Whoa. This cave is gorgeous. Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? Such friendly people and beautiful dancers. So it's true, this island is of sunsets. Labuan Bajo, you amazed me.
史名城，数个世纪前的寺庙群，丰富的文化，美丽的海滩，还有热情的当地居民。这次要介绍的都在爪哇。三宝龙，在这里，中国文化和当地文化和谐相处。老城区被维护得很好，也很舒适。老湾色物的意思是1000个门，实际上它不止1000个。这里以前是荷兰铁路的办公室。吃什么好呢？好好玩呀，就像我们祖父母时代的老火车一样。现在我来到了梭罗。巴里克文化从8世纪开始流传至今。在梭罗坐3轮车，这是古董市场 Drivindu， 东西很多。日热有很多寺庙群，建造于9世纪的布劳山寺庙群也是其中之一。这是拉古波格寺庙，看日落，好看吧？还有很多美丽的海滩，在日热，只需要选择你想去的地方就好了。日热的银制品和舞蹈也很出名，这独特的技术，有机会我也要学习一下。不要错过婆罗浮屠和夜晚非常有趣的马里奥波罗大街。在这里购物和吃饭，好吃。三宝龙、梭罗和日热，你喜欢的这里都有。快来这里和我一起感受文化、自然的美以及当地人民的热情吧。
How many lifetimes would it take to visit the every single hidden beauty in this fascinating island? For me, hundreds of times. To feel the warm welcome from the locals that makes me feel at home at their first hello. To cross the distance, to walk so many different paths and simply get lost. To get amazed by its unique forms of nature, as every each of them is God's masterpiece. To move every part of my body as the stomping music takes me into tranquility. To cleanse my mind in the simplest way, by letting the vibes of my surrounding take control over me. To touch the coolness of afternoon breeze, reminding me once again the meaning of being free. To learn, to create, to discover, to actualize, to dream up, to find myself and ready to move forward. I finally understand the greatest and most important adventure of our lives is discovering who we really are. I found it in Sumba.
Can you hear it? The song of the universe. The voice is calling me. It's echoes of our past in a place before this time. They hold answers to who we are. They know where we come from. But why are they calling and asking me to feel this sacred land, Java? This land has so many secrets and stories to tell us. Its everlasting beauty connecting us with our past and future. Oh, Mother Earth and Father of the universe, can you hear us? These are offerings from our heart. Our love shines in every creature. It lives in every being. I'm ready for this magical journey of my life to look for something beyond. This journey is to remind us of ourselves. Now, I'm ready to rediscover our myth, our heritage, our DNA. And our history. And here we are, standing on the top of the cosmic mind. And I'm here to witness the greatest moments of our memory. Now I want to meet my true self. Can you feel me? Mother, hold my hand. Father, breathe with me. I am discovering myself.
Gusti Tunggal lan Manunggal, anak-anakku jagat Nuswantara, eling karo sejatine urip bangsamu. Sejatine urip iku ana ing asli. Mamayu hayuning bawana.
Henrik and I have been dating for 4 months. One day, he surprised me with plane tickets to Bali. At the time, I didn't think I would have much of an adventure in Bali. And this was the prelude to a magical experience. It's a perfect morning while Henrik and I are enjoying our breakfast. He told me that he will show me a beautiful place. This is the place where tradition rules, where spirituality is everywhere, where negativities are lost, where beauty in the eye and soul is found. I could see here, respect is a way of life. Here, friendship and happiness blossom. sea is beaming. Even the locals who have visited 1,000 times smile as though whatever waits below amazes them every time. I love this walk. I love the flowers along the way. I love the gentle sun on my face. I love the sound of the water waiting for me below, sounding as excited as I am. The rocks are so majestic. They're in perfect harmony with the water and earth and trees surrounding them. The peaceful yet unbelievable nature that encompasses us. The perfect balance of serenity and amazement. Not just the sights, but the smell of fresh nature, the feeling of unique rock patterns, leafy textures, and spotless water, even the taste of pure air, and the sound of life in every plant, every leaf, every aspect of creation. All my senses are blessed, and I've never been so submerged in the beauty of nature. It's just us and nature, the way it should be. It's an indescribable feeling, a comfort, yet an ambition to see every crevice and every angle there was. Every view is incredible. The rays of light peeking through gaps above, the patches of green that complements the rocks, the water flowing through and connecting it all. Suddenly, all my curiosity is fulfilled as I stare at the great waterfall before us. I could never have imagined an ending so perfect to the sensational adventures that led to this paradise.
I wanted to bring you here to tell you I love you.
I love you too. How could I not love a man that brought me to this treasure?
West Papua. Pristine land in the western Pacific Ocean. Ancient culture. A world of wonders. Mysterious and magical. The life of a tribe in sync with nature. West Papua's archipelago. Extremely rich sea life. Adorned with emeralds of islands. Sprawling, protected in front of the coast. A heaven for divers. The richest marine biodiversity in the world. Home to majestic phantoms of the ocean. friendliest of people. In life at its best. This is life in an amazing setting, where Macaredo greets guests. An amazing sea adventure. The best of fish. And travel in style and comfort. Here, the ancient is always only a short trip away, always reminding us. Life is beautiful. Amazing cultures and lovely sea. West Papua. Wonderful. A mesmerizing getaway. A holy sanctuary. A captivating culture. Sublimely sacred. Yet also excitingly profane. The ultimate paradise. A luxurious escapade. Here you have some of the hippest spots on the planet. Release your inhibitions for an adventure of a lifetime. Whether you fancy the beach or golf. Just love food served exotically. Or adrenaline rushes. Enjoy oases of tranquility. Where pampering is art perfected. Mysteriously festive. Tourism with its own history. Branded hospitality. The ultimate travel destination and more. Bali. Wonderful.
Indonesia.
this view. Oh, it's so beautiful. Hey guys, here we are at Komodo National Park. And here's one of the Komodo dragons. Isn't he amazing? He's so big. The last real dragon on Earth. Hey everyone, I'm in PVC boat. Enjoying this beautiful morning. I'm at Ayana Komodo Resort. It's beautiful and it's gorgeous. Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! This cave is beautiful. It's so stunning. It's amazing. Whoa. This cave is gorgeous. Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? Such friendly people and beautiful dancers. So it's true, this island is of sunsets. Labuan Bajo, you amazed me.
Welcome back to the sessions of Stiami International Conference. We would like to say thank you again for all participants who have been here with us. And we would also like to say thank you very much to the distinguished speaker who have been here with us. I would like to inform you that today, at 1 o'clock, now we are going to do the third session of the International Conference. And in this session, on the third session, we are going to listen presentation from Speaker 7, Speaker 8, and Speaker 9. Ladies and gentlemen, for Speaker 7, we are going to listen presentation from Dr. Eddie Bruno Asian, BSc, MScc, MSsc, MSsc, PhD. Before I'm going to invite Dr. Bruno, let me read his CV. Dr. Eddie Bruno Asian, BSc, MSc, 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 PhD, is a university assistant professor currently teaching public and social policy. He obtained a BSc from Johannes Kepler University, JKU in Linz, Austria. Master of Social Sciences in Sociology for JKU, Linz, Austria, and Master of Social Sciences in Social Policy and Welfare from the University of Tampere or UT, Finland. Joint Master of Social Science for Comparative Welfare and Social Policy from JKU, Linz, Austria, UT, Finland, and Mykolos Ramirez University, Vilnius, Lithuania. A PhD in Public and Social Policy from Charles University in Prague, Czech Republic. His research interests include business ethics, migration studies, labor economics and industrial relations, multi-level governance, public administration, comparative institution and public social policy, NGO, minority studies, etc. He has numerous awards in publishing and is a reviewer to several high-impact journals, having published several international VOS indexes and Scopus indexes, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome distinguished speaker, Dr. Eddie Bruno Asian, BSc, MSc, MSc, MSsc, PhD. I would would like to greet Dr. Bruno Hello from Jakarta, Indonesia.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, good morning from there. Now, here we are at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. Okay.
Yes, it's early morning here.
All right. Without further ado, we would like you to start giving a presentation.
Okay, thanks very much. Do I have to upload it or you had it already with you? Oh, yeah. I can have my screen there. So, welcome once more, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants for this conference. It's almost my second time again to be here, and I'm very grateful, and I wish to send my utmost thanks for the organizers of this conference, and also to the STIAMI University for preparing this conference. Well, I will not introduce myself again because of I've already been introduced. Well, as you know, I'm Eddie Bruno Essien, and my conversation today basically focus more, as I'm coming from the direction of public policy, so it's focused more on taxation as a tool for public policy, and we will reflect a little bit how does this tool help also government to understand how to regulate situations in the society. So I would like to go to the second slide. So I opened this with this statement that the state administration process requires the promotion of robust, consistent, and transparent public policies, which one of the public policies fiscal ones, or the fiscal policy, for effective management of public financial resources, democratic values, and sustainability. Could we go to the next slide? So this is some sort of a preview of what exactly has been going on in research, which for me, there are still some gaps, is that taxation actually tend to frame and discuss, it has always been framed and discussed in economic and financial terms, where governments more or less incur revenue for certain economic outcomes, probably in development or things that the government wish to do in the society that may be of benefit for public interest. So, but research shows that there are still gaps, and the overall social-cultural system, in the case of politic and policy, direction of taxation, there have been lesser concern, not only from individuals, but also from the scholastic world. So that is exactly the direction that will more or less throw light into this connection between taxation as an instrument in regard to public policy. Next slide, please. So in this speech, I focus more on how taxation is as an instrument, taxation as a tool of public policy, constitute an opportunity, not only an opportunity, but a regulatory governance where citizens' actions, behaviors, perceptions are being governed, managed, and controlled. And the government is using taxes, different types of taxes as a regulatory tool to ensure fairness in the society. And the idea of ensuring fairness is the idea from the perspective of public policy, is to enhance overall public interest. And most of these public interests could be the idea of redistribution of scarce resources in the society, could also be the idea of allocating resources to those that are really in need of it. It could also be the idea of setting different public interests, maybe some development in the society that may be the idea of public health system, build hospitals, bridges, and things like that. So we see that this idea of government using taxation as a tool is actually occurring in a time now where the societies, if you look at the socioeconomic perspective on the whole society in general, we see it's occurring now in a time where things are becoming more complex. And in this complexity of the world now, solving issues just on levying taxes for revenue of government and also for economic interests may be too limited. So we ought to go further with that and see what role does public policy plays in that. So actually, one of the main goals, this idea, which I'm so much interested in focusing this week, is how government uses taxation in this age of digital complexity for equity redistribution of resources. And we all know that resources is becoming more scanty, and because of the idea that resources is becoming more scarce and scanty, governance is also changing from government as the sole, we could say the sole proprietor, the sole leader, to some sort of a collaborative governance and corporate governance. And in this idea of collaboration and corporate, which is one of the public policy mechanisms, there is the idea also to redistribute resources, of which the government is enhancing taxation as a tool, taxes as a tool in a time of liberalism, where not only people are targeted through taxes to incur revenue, but people are also targeted through taxes to meet certain targeted needs and wants of the people in the society. And through public policy, government can acquire this. So that's why in this conversation, I'm linking more or less the taxes and public policy together. Next slide, please. So the argument to answer this is that there has been the desire, and there has been enough information and enough ideas about the role of taxes, the determinants of taxes, and this has almost been in the idea of looking at taxes as a revenue tool for economic growth, for economic output. But an idea of looking at taxes in the feasibility of constructing knowledge, in the sense that looking at taxes in correlation or in connection with the intended and unintended public policy outcome is what may be very much interesting, and that can change and reinforce particular forms of behavior and patterns in taxation and public policy governance idea. Because looking at the intended goals of public policy in relation of taxing citizens give us an idea how the tool tax is used as a regulatory instrument to motivate people, control people, to arrange and to manage the way citizens reflect their perception in society. When in society, the idea of joint problem solving, or then the idea of cooperating with the government together for some certain reforms that may be of equivalent to the society. So we are indulging or coming into a certain new type of governance, of which tax is being used as a tool to connect the citizens and the state together in order to govern the society and to bring new ways to solve situations, to solve ideas in the society. And paving or putting more interest on public policy to understand how public policy is use taxes to regulate society is very much interesting, to pay more interest on how this reinforce forms of behaviors and patterns or perceptions of individuals in the society. Please, next slide. There have been, as I said, there have been significant advances of these ideas when we look at research, past and present research. But while we are witnessing a taxation instrument that determine economic and government fiscal regulatory policy decision making, which is more used to ensure revenue and solve some economic problems, there are still obstacles and shortcomings, both also in developing and developed countries, to changing current taxation public policy institutional governance framework, in the sense that to administer citizens' conduct for public interest. So we need to understand how this new governance function, this new governance of connection between taxes, between taxation, and also public policy, in order to understand the intended goals of public policy, which is more or less public interest, which is more or less to the interest of the public, not only the idea of development, but the idea of the needs and wants of citizens in the society, and how these taxes as instruments contribute in this perspective. Next slide, please. So the significance of this talk is that maybe earlier one mentioned is that it's calling for a larger picture and potential critical thinking, pay more attention on different functions which taxes perform, not only the economic functions and the economic output or the revenue ensuring of taxes, but also to look at the principles that is designed in the decision-making of taxes, and also the principle that is designed in the implementation of tax, in order to understand whether the intended goal of tax as an instrument for public interest is really attained. So there we need to look at those systems, how this governance work. And if we are going to secure an accountable and transparent society where taxes, levies of taxes should probably be used where it's supposed to be used, and where also taxpayers may not be very much in conflict with the government, because probably it might be the idea of saying that maybe the taxes were not used in a good way in the society in order to reduce political inequalities too. Next slide, please. So some of these principles which actually need to be taken into considerations are principles in the design of taxes as a tool of public policy in the time of in this digital age, to avoid certain distortion in taxes, and also to avoid certain misuse of taxes. Things like there are elements like fairness and equity, neutrality, efficiency, simplicity, and universality. In all these instruments, I will definitely take simplicity as one. One of the aspects of simplicity is that when taxes in relation to public policy, with public policies like a principle, when the principle of simplicity in the design of taxes makes it more simple, this will call for compliance in taxes. So we can see this even in digital tax. It's also not easy for certain companies also with the digital tax of the citizens. This is also still in challenge with the digital taxes, and the idea of acceptance, and the idea also and the fairness of it. So if it is more simple as a system, more simple as a way in the design of it, then the implementation will be more easy and people will more comply. There will be more compliance in this aspect, and that will call for better governance in the case of public interest, and in the case of good governance, so sustainability in the society. So next slide, please. Well, to send home a takeaway combined way of all this idea is that a well-designed and managed administered system of taxation with transparent public policy principles may not only foster economic growth, fairness, and equity solidarity, but sustain universal distribution of scarce resources, enable open communication. This will also hold tax evaders individual responsibility. It will ensure simplicity and instill the value of integrity, inclusiveness, participation, and ethnical standard that may inevitably to achieve important social objectives. And some of the social objectives like democracy, the society, equal right of opportunity, universal human right, trust to government, because taxpayer will not only be paying public DD taxes easily without thinking, but in that case, they will pay it and understand what the government also doing with that because of fairness. And this may also lead to good governance and tax consciousness in governing fiscal public policy for public interest, especially in this time of crisis-related digital economy. So thanks very much. Hope this contribution throw more light in the upcoming reflection, not only in research, but also for the public interest, how the connection between taxation as an instrument with public policy together for a sustainable, empowered society that may lead to social cohesion and also a transparent way to live with one another. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eddie Bruno Asian. And it is going to be continued by award certificate, and it will be given by Vice Rector 3, Dr. Chundo Harimurti, STMSE. And we would like to invite Dr. Chundo to give a certificate to Dr. Eddie Bruno Asian.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Asri. To our distinguished speaker, Mr. Eddie Bruno. Okay, thank you. We are very grateful for your attending and sharing about this knowledge and current issue. So we would like to give the certificate of our Stiami International Conference. Please accept it as our token for your attending and sharing about this current issue.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Chundo and Dr. Eddie Bruno. Thank you. And I hope for Dr. Bruno, you are still with us until questions and answer sessions after Speaker 8 and Speaker 9. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue for Speaker 8, and it is going to be delivered by Professor Dr. Mirosław Matija from America. He is the founder of and director of Mirosław Matija Academia for Democracy. He is also a researcher and book author. He is an author of bestseller book Utopia or Chance Direct Democracy in Switzerland, Poland, and other countries in 2019. Master of Advanced European Studies in Economics, Politics, and Law at the University of Basel, Switzerland, 1998. Master of Social Economic Sciences at the University of Economic, Krakow in 1986. His PhD is in Political Science at the Salinus University, Italy. PhD in Banking and Management at the Indian Management School and Research Center in Mumbai, India. PhD in Philosophy at the Polish University abroad in London, 2012. PhD in Social Economic at the University of Freiburg, Switzerland, 1997. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's welcome Professor Dr. Mult Miraslo Matija.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very important international conference. My name is Miroslav Matija, and I am professor at some universities in the world, in USA, Italy, India, Ukraine, and Indonesia. I am founder and director of Miroslav Matija Academia for Democracy in Indonesia, and I am specialized on the one side in political systems in the world and on the other side in financial and banking systems. I'm living and working in Switzerland, and I'm working exactly in the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Today I want to speak about the tax system in Switzerland. But before I begin to explain how the tax system works in Switzerland, I would like briefly to explain the principle of federalism in this country, in Switzerland. Why? Because the Swiss tax system is based on the federal principle in this country. How federalism works in Switzerland, ladies and gentlemen? What about the principle of Swiss federalism? Federalism in this case means that the members of Switzerland, I mean the cantons are the regions in this country, but also the communes retain a large degree of autonomy. Federalism has been a central importance in the governments of Switzerland since the founding of the modern state of the modern Switzerland in 1848. And its special place is enshrined in the Constitution, in the Swiss Constitution. The federalist state structure affects everything, as anyone who has been to school in Switzerland can confirm. What's known as gymnasium in one canton is called cantonal school in another canton, making comparison between the cantons confusing. The same diversity can be seen in the political system in Switzerland. While Canton Bern has a government council, Canton Fribourg has a state council. The different names are just one manifestation of the federalist state structure. The cantons and similarly the communes in Switzerland enjoy a high degree of responsibility for their own affairs. Only those tasks which communes and cantons are unable to carry out are delegated to the next higher level. It's a classical theory of subsidiarity. This means that state powers are divided between the confederation, the cantons, and the communes. Each entity has its own tasks. Federalism, which was introduced in Switzerland in 1848, makes it possible to enjoy diversity within a single entity. But, ladies and gentlemen, what about the Swiss tax system? In the world of public finance, the term tax system refers to all taxes levied in a country, even if they are not harmonized. Theory distinguishes between a traditional or historical tax system and a rational and theoretical tax system, depending on whether the system's development over time was more by accident than planned or whether it was intentionally structured on the base of scientific findings. According to this doctrine, the Swiss tax system's development is historical in nature. It reflects the Swiss federal structure, of course. Accordingly, all of the 26 cantons, we have in Switzerland 26 cantons, they have their own tax laws and tax income, wealth, inheritances, capital and property gains, and other tax objects quite differently. The about 2,000 communes in Switzerland may either levy communal taxes at their own discretion or decide on supplements relative to the cantonal basic tax scale or the cantonal tax payable. Moreover, the Confederation also taxes income, also its tax receipts largely come from other sources, primarily from value-added tax, stamps duties, customs duties, and special taxes. What about principles of Swiss tax systems? The Swiss tax system is characterized by a high degree of tax autonomy in the cantons. I said about it before. The Confederation, by contrast, may levy taxes only to the extent permitted by the federal constitution. This power must be reconfirmed periodically at the ballot box for two most important federal taxes. For example, the financial regime approved by the people and the cantons extended the right to levy direct federal tax and value-added taxes from the beginning of 2021 until the end of 2035. And international developments continue to pose a challenge to the Swiss tax system, which is characterized by federalism. The last tax reform entered into force on the 1st January 2020. Switzerland is also working on solutions for the taxation of the increasingly digital economy. Yes, on the one side we have the federalism, on the other side we have the tax federalism, we can say, in Switzerland. Swiss federalism also characterizes the country's tax system. In this country, it's very important, and I repeat it. All of the 26 cantons have their own tax laws and levy very different taxes on income, assets, inheritance, and other tax items. It is very important, and it is written in the Constitution. The Article 3 of the Federal Constitution outlines the basic features of the Swiss federal state and regulates the relationship between the Confederation and the cantons. Exactly, the Constitution says that the cantons are sovereign except to the extent that their sovereignty is limited by the federal constitution. They exercise all rights that are not vested in the confederation. Applied to taxes, this results in the following distribution of powers. For the first, the confederation is only allowed to levy those taxes whose imposition is expressly allowed for in the federal constitution. And in contrast, the cantons are generally free to choose their taxes except where the federal constitution expressly prohibits the levying of certain taxes by the cantons or reserve the right for the Confederation. While the Confederation and the cantons have original taxes power, the communes may only levy taxes where the cantons authorizes them to do so. In contrast to original sovereignty, this is referred to as derived or delegated taxing power. The about 2,000 communes are of major importance in Swiss federal structure. The majority of the cantons and communes levy the same taxes, I mean income and wealth taxes, profit and capital taxes, and in many cases the communes only receive a share of the cantonal tax revenue or levy surcharges on the cantonal tax. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, for example, the tax revenue was distributed among the three levels of the Swiss state as follows. I mean, three levels, I mean confederation, cantons, and communes. For the confederation, it was 70 billion Swiss franc, for the cantons about 50 billion Swiss franc, and for the communes 30 billion Swiss franc. One of the most important changes in the Swiss tax system was brought about by the last tax reform in this country. In the referendum of May 2019, Swiss voters approved the new corporate tax reform with about 66 voting in favor. The bill entered into force on the 1st January 2020. Since then, the same taxation rules have applied to all companies, be they large corporations or small and medium-sized enterprises. Thanks to this tax reform, the appeal and competitiveness of Switzerland as a business location will be safeguarded and jobs and tax receipts secured in the medium to longer term. Previous tax privileges for companies that operate predominantly internationally were abolished because they are no longer accepted internationally. To ensure that Switzerland remains an attractive business location, the tax reform introduced new special arrangements. For the first, the patent box will allow a portion of the profits from inventions to be taxed at the reduced rate in the cantons in the future. And the second, the cantons can incorporate an additional deduction of no more than 50% for expenditure on research and development in their legislation. And the next, the cantons with an effective profit tax burden of the last about 18% can introduce a deduction for self-financing. The special arrangements are accompanied by relief restriction. This relief provision includes a binding provision for the cantons whereby at least 30% of companies' profits must always be taxed before the special arrangements are applied. Moreover, the bill raises the canton's share of direct federal tax revenue to 28%, previously 70%. This is important, and this gives the cantons fiscal policy leeway to reduce their profit taxes if necessary, and thus remain competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, what about the new international challenges in Switzerland? Switzerland is a European country. It's in Central Europe, and it's a very important country in Europe, but not only in Europe, because of the banks, of the Swiss banks, and because of the location of this country. The international developments are posing a challenge to the Swiss tax system. We know that the digitalization is changing the economy and many business models. It's clear. Consequently, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, is preparing proposal as to how the taxation of the profits of internationally active companies can be adapted to the new developments in the longer term. The OECD Inclusive Framework Program of Work proposes solutions based on the two pillars. The OECD is to work out the details by middle this year, 2022. Switzerland is participating in the development of these new solutions too. The OECD program of work has developed and united two important approaches, two pillars. The first pillar provides for a shift of taxing rights to market jurisdiction. Companies with more than 20 billion euro in annual turnover and a profit margin of more than 10% will have to pay tax on some of their profits in the market area. In Switzerland, this is likely to concern a single-digit number of large companies. And the second pillar provides for minimum tax rate of 15% for companies operating internationally with more than 750 million euro in annual turnover. A law of three-digit number of Swiss companies plus a law for digit number of Swiss subsidiaries of foreign groups exceed the turnover threshold. Located in the heart of Europe, Switzerland is a very attractive country. It's an attractive country to take up residence and employment. It has high standards of living. It's legal and political stability, a well-developed infrastructure, and a very low taxation regime with a broad double tax treaty network offer an attractive environment for employment and business opportunities. The purpose of this fact sheet is to provide a short overview of the Swiss tax system for individuals and presentation of selected tax-related planning opportunities for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, what about the conclusion? I can say the Swiss tax system reflects the country federal structure. It's very important. Switzerland is a federal country and the tax system is also federal. Businesses and private individuals pay tax at all three levels of government. I mean federal, cantonal, and communal. The federal treasury collects around 30% of all tax revenue, the cantons 40%, and the communes the remaining 30%. Of course, Switzerland is open for new international challenges, which come also from OECD. Thank you very much for your attention and see you next time. sampai lain waktu and selamat tinggal.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Miroslo. And we are going to continue by certificate awards. And it is going to be given by Vice Rector 3 of Institut.stiami, Dr. Chundro Harimurti, STMSE. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Asri. To our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Miroslav. We are very delightful for your sharing and attending to our Stiami International Conference. And please accept the certificate of our Stiami International Conference. And thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the last speaker, or speaker 9, Victor van Kommer. Let me read his CV. Victor van Kommer, the Netherlands, has studied the tax law at the University of Leiden and worked as a tax inspector for the Dutch Tax and Custom Administration, where he later was also in charge of the Planning and Control Department and later served as member in the management team of Fiscal Intelligence and Investigation Division, FIOD. In this period, he was also responsible for the merger with the Economic Surveillance Agency. Since 2000, he works for the International Bureau of Fiscal Documentation, IBFD, and currently as a Director Tax Services and members of the Executive Board. He's also Professor Tax Policy at the Utrecht School Economics, and he published several books on the Dutch tax system and organization, performance management, internal auditing, and recently a handbook on tax administration that is translated into several languages. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Victor van Kommer.
Selamat pagi, selamat datang. Jangan percaya saya omong dan pandai bahasa Indonesia. Itu tidak gampang. Lebih baik berbicara bahasa Inggris. And my name is Victor van Kommer, and I will explain during this lecture something about the tax policy aspects, digitalization, and how we have to organize digitalization. And I will talk from the perspective of the tax authorities, not from the consumer or the taxpayer, but more how to organize digitalization in your organization. And I will use some slides for it. I apologize that this recorded because I was not able during this conference to do it live. But hopefully we get some interaction later. You can ask your questions also to the organizers and I will respond them later. What I will address today, and I'll show you first a simple model, a simple overview of the different elements and perspectives in digitalization. And of course we start first with a very simple overview. That of course you have legislation, you have a tax authority and tax administration to carry that out, and that is the whole enforcement part. And there is of course also citizens, companies, taxpayers who has to apply it, who has to be compliant. And of course beneath legislation there are rules. And I put it already here in black and red arrows, because black is of course top-down legislation to the tax authorities, they roll it out to the taxpayers. But the red arrows are maybe even more important. Can citizens, taxpayers, corporates deal with this legislation? And is a tax administration capable to deal with this complicated tax legislation? Because tax legislation is most of the time always a compromise of different factors. Business needs, revenue needs from public finance, judiciary elements, taxpayer rights. And legislation is most of the time a package of different interests and means also different stakeholders. And just the tax administration is a very important organization to measure or they can deal with such a legislation or not. To be honest, most of the time that is not happening. Legislation is most of the time drafted by lawyers and then sent to the tax administration, and then the whole, call it, challenge starts. But you can see also that beneath a tax administration you get, of course, all kind of data. Data you retrieve from the system, data you retrieve from your taxpayers. Dus a tax administration is not only handling tax assessments, registration and auditing, it is a data factory. Yeah, dus we move also more and more to data solutions. And when you combine data in the right order, you get information. And information is, of course, the triangle between the taxpayer and the tax administration. But also rules and data, you can also explain that in processes. Processes are the combination of activities in the chain. And you see already in this white 4 boxes that data, information, processes is together organized as knowledge. And that sounds, of course, quite, how to say it, relevant, logical, understandable. But I put some other dimensions to it. We see, of course, that we talk also about different players in this environment. I mentioned already before that in the legislation process and the rules approach, we have most of the time lawyers, people with a legal background. Can be also paralegal persons or people with another academic background, but skilled in drafting laws. In the tax administration on the other side, call it the grey box, the grey circle, are the auditors, people who are executing, assessors, investigators, auditors. They, of course, confronted with the combination of rule setting and practice. And they have also to deal with what are the values in a society. To give another example, use a coin, find a coin, and then you see on one side, of course, there's the number, and on the other side you see a kind of a natural symbol, like the eagle in Indonesia. One side of the coin is, of course, the legal system, the rules. What is an objective? What is the subject of taxation? What has to be taxed? But the other side is the value. What is the value of this pen? You can say maybe €1. But when I can prove that Barack Obama has signed a nice bill with it, then people are willing maybe to pay $100 for it. This value is also created that is outside of legislation, but is determined between the auditor and the taxpayer. There you already see a problem also in IT coming. Rule setting, value setting. And then on the bottom, call it the processes, are the IT engineers. Sometimes coming from the tax authority, sometimes from the vendors, who have brought in all kinds of ideas how to organize the activities, the combination of activities, processes. And you can already understand that these 3 levels are not always talking with each other. A lawyer has an understanding about rules. Also, a lawyer understands data. But lawyers are not always good in processes. I'm a lawyer, but I like especially that part between rules and data. How to organize the work, how to organize execution. And what we have seen quite often, and not only seen in the past, but still the current issue, also in many countries in transition, is that in this part of process making, the lawyers are not always there, and also not the practical experience of the taxpayer and the auditor. That means that sometimes the IT engineers has a huge mandate to create systems. And these systems are not always talking with the legislation. And later I will give some examples about it. But here you see that in advising about tax authorities, with this simple model, with these different dimensions, you see already where there is a kind of dilemma or division. And people have to start to talk. But to start to talk is not nicely to communicate with each other and to have a nice lunch together. It is to understand also the profession of the other. What is important for them? What is needed to steer complex IT projects? You start, of course, always with a project organization. And a project organization is that you have an understanding about the business case. Which problems or which problem you want to solve. Because IT and digitalization is not only bring something nice to your organization, but it has to solve something. To give, and now yeah, just to give you an example, it is not always that an IT system is based on substitution, automatization, what you have already done. No, sometimes it brings also a new service level, new ideas, certain things what was not existing in the past, but you have to know it. Why you have to have it? Can you do without? And in such a project management, you have also to be aware of the different stakeholders. Stakeholders are all kind of people inside your organization and outside of your organization who have a particular interest. A private individual has maybe a different interest than a company. We have, of course, representation of business sectors. We have also the advisory community. That can be tax accountants, tax lawyers, tax advisors, more and more compliance professions. You have also the banking system, the financial system. You have the judiciary, courts. You have the political level, different ministries, chamber of commerce, labor unions. Depends, of course, of your country, how strong they are. Dus that means how strong they are, how more they can bring their interest to the table. And you have to be a little bit aware of budget, time allocation, resources. And of course, I start with it in proper project organization, but that is, of course, through the whole project, you have to organize this and to manage this. And what is very important are to be aware of risks, because everything you import in your organization brings also some risks. And risk can be, of course, financial risk, it can be a risk of integrity, security, knowledge. You can have the best technology, but when your staff or even your audience can't cope with it, then it is also not reaching its target. Sometimes you have to educate people, because you want to know your risks. What is also important, and maybe even before you start with a project organization, is the process decomposition. And this is a very simple one of a tax authority, is what kind of processes I have to manage, even when it is manually. You do it by hand. But a tax administration has, of course, a registration process. Dus that is, of course, from how taxpayers come to your tax authority, or how you reach taxpayers. How you can find, of course, all your taxpayers who are entitled to pay the taxes. You have, of course, to do the filing and the data solutions, what I mentioned before, all the data, how you're collecting that, how you will store that, how you make a repository out of all this data. Not as an archive, but as steering information to be so quickly as possible to your taxpayer, also to give them the right kind of services. You have the assessment process, how to send out the assessments, how you make them. Can your taxpayers say something about it? Can they adjust it? Can you adjust it? All these kind of things. The auditing process. And with the auditing process, you have, of course, also your dispute resolution. How you will hear your taxpayers with complaints or with new ideas, or come with additional elements. And how you will deal with other elements you discover after maybe you have made the assessment. Then you come also to the criminal affairs, about investigation and enforcement. And what is maybe the most important part is how you organize your tax services to make it easier for your taxpayers to pay their taxes. All these parts has, of course, sub-processes and sub-processes. And then, of course, all kind of activities. That is your administrative organization. You need to have this before you enter in any digitalization process. That is the corner or the fundament under your building. Because then you know exactly by the IT system you want to implement which kind of processes are hit by these IT technologies, where you have to make changes, and what is not solved. One of the things is a typical project organization has to deal with it. All kinds of things you have to do yourself as a kind of homework before you have any talks with your potential vendor. Even you have not this kind of skills in-house, then it is a separate project to maybe to find some consultants to help you with it, but organize this first. Then, of course, we come to the requirements. Requirements, of course, with all the needs. And sometimes you ask that your own officials. It's not always dictated by management, certainly not dictated by your vendor. You have to make up a set of priorities, requirements. What this system has to do. And then I use the word Moscow methodology, not invented by me. It is used in project management, it is used in IT technology. And Moscow stands for, of course, the M is must have. The S stands for should have, the C stands for could have, and the W is wish to have. There you can make categorizing the kind of requirements. And you see already left and right is easy, must have is you need it already in the first phase. That is your backbone of your business, the backbone of your organization, the backbone of your processes. Wish to have is nice to have, but not need to have. Skip them immediately. And somewhere by should and could, that is the most difficult exercise. Should is already I need to have it, and could is also more going to nice to have. But there is a kind of urgency. And here in should and could, that is the most difficult exercise, also the difference between both, but I can guarantee you it is possible. Then you say some of the should have requirements has to be in the first phase. And you always see that a lot of could have requirements skip them, because they are, a system is always for 90% of your cases, not for the last 10%. Because that makes your system extremely heavy. And sometimes in your should have requirements, also could have requirements, you think very nice, but I do it in the second phase or the third phase. So it has also to do with phasing. And it doesn't matter which kind of digitalization we talk about. The other part is, of course, that you see sometimes new technologies and maybe it is not coming out of your system. That is also possible. But then we talk about a different service level. or a different requirement. Can be also from top down, from a different ministry or from investigation. Especially there you have to be careful how that will match with your own internal system. Here is always in danger that new technologies can sometimes be also island driven or island organized. Sometimes that can be good because it is for just a selective group of taxpayer or for a selective group of processes, and then you think it won't hit my other current or operational business. Very fine to ring fence that and put aside. The third element is to ask yourself, do I want to have open source application or customer made? Now, users in practice, in every kind of organization, especially experts, top experts are driven by the exceptions. What they get on their plate are not the massive processes, but always the exception. An old company is not like a bakery. It is already an exception by itself. Dus if you want to bring all kinds of exceptions to your system, then you get almost by nature a customized process or an application. Open source is, of course, it's much cheaper, but then you have also to be prepared to tweak your organization around that application. Instead, of course, to bring your steam engine to the modern world. Sometimes, or quite often, you have also to abandon techniques, processes, kind of handling what you think is more related to the past. Don't bring your past to the future. Of course, only keep the things in. That's what I mean about to be prepared to re-engineer your processes based on the technology. Yeah, dus my first recommendation, or made already other recommendations, is of course to tweak around and to see or open source applications are possible. And maybe here and there you find, of course, custom-made possibilities, but try to avoid it. Then, of course, everything is related with each other. A choice for stand-alone applications or mainframe solutions. I see it still by tax authorities that they have a kind of desire to put everything in that total system, mainframe. But before you know, systems start to talk with each other. They are interconnected. And that makes it also difficult when you change something or give an update in the left corner or right corner when I'm pointing here. It has implications on the other side. Dus you see at this moment also in the modern kind of world that call it more a kind of cellular approach in IT development. Keep it isolated. Keep it so that you can repair easily one or two cells instead of going through the whole system. These kind of spaghetti kind of applications, what is the legacy of, say, also of the last century, the 90s, beginning of this century, made also some of the tax administration in the Western world quite complicated and extremely expensive. Because, and that's related to the other point, that's the financial management. I was myself involved in several of these kind of surveys, that your initial investment, what costs sometimes even millions in dollars, is finally always less than 10% of the lifetime cycle cost of the whole system. But managers, executives, always focusing on that first couple of millions, even a lot of money. We even discovered systems that even the initial cost was even less than 4%. That means that maintenance, updating, releases will eat up more than 90% of the total budget related to the digitalization or IT project. Means also related to duration. When systems are too long in place, this is the same like in tax legislation, maybe after one generation, 15 years, max 20 years max, then the system is at its end. To replace it is cheaper, even with additional initial cost, but the first couple of years your maintenance costs will be lower. This is an aspect in financial management most of the time neglected, and you can understand that vendors are not mentioning this. They always want to sell it almost for free by the initial investments and to hook you in the maintenance and releases, because there they make the money. And you can also understand when a system is old that you have to find old IT engineers, even more costly, to help you with your maintenance. This is a kind of clear warning. What I have to say more. I want to give you an example of what we call an agile law application. And I'm also a little bit involved in this. There's an experiment in the Dutch tax administration. And then to say what we can do to bring all laws, and I mentioned here the corporate income tax law, a very important one, in one tax system. Dus that is all the primary laws of really the last 30 years, because I told you sometimes a law has a lifetime cycle of a generation, 20, 25 years. But you have also maybe to deal with cases in the past, dus take a long period. Also all secondary law or soft law, that most of the time there are regulations related to implementation, application aspects. Also transitional rules from one system to the other, all these kind of things. Then there are of course also kind of internal regulations, instructions, guidelines, degrees, management decisions. Put it all in the system. All changes in this period and all these kind of documents, all these kind of updates. All information sent to taxpayers in leaflets, social media, news, articles, doesn't matter what. There's everything what is sent. All forms, whether they are digital or manual, put it in. And then all case law, all decisions by courts. Depends per country how that differs. In a common law country compared to a civil law country, in common law country has much more case law. Now that you can understand that this can be a massive platform of documentation. And we call it of course an integrated repository. And of course the number of documentation is not so relevant because therefore we have IT. But what it gives is of course an index of inconsistency. Then you see that an appeal is maybe explained 60 times in a different way. Or the period you can submit an appeal. What I said already about the calculation of a value. Or the interpretation of a definition. You would be amazed to see how many differences there are. And these differences is made it also that the rule of law is evaporating in practice by all this kind of fragmentation in information and data. Dus that multiple interpretation. Dus therefore, when you do that, it gives also a cleared up to clarify of your definitions. And you can do it also with this kind of exercise when you draft something new. A new law or a new amendment, a new change, that you go through it. Not, of course, immediately drafting legislation or to write up what a parliament wants. You bring it through the system and there you see all kind of inconsistency. I have seen it myself. And even per article, per line, you see really numbers of inconsistency. There you see when you do such an exercise that IT engineering or data solution can help lawyers in their legal drafting. It is not opposite to each other. Here you see that lawyers and IT engineers can create a coalition. And finally it will help the taxpayer, the compliant taxpayer, because there is less interpretation. And it also, for the non-compliant taxpayer, it will avoid all kind of loopholes, because they want to make use of it. Always the differences in interpretations and definitions. What I have done here is to show that also in the tax reform process, IT, and that is, here you can see, hopefully you can read it. Here you see based on practice and the theory I worked out. What are the elements of tax reform? You see policy, the legal drafting, communication and why, the systems, that's IT. The time factor, the financial compliance, evaluation, there are all the kind of things you have to organize in a tax reform process. It is not only the legal part or the economics or the revenue forecasting. This percentage is based on a little bit rough estimation how much time you have to spend or how much money will cost the whole tax reform process. That is correlated. And then you see that the biggest chunk out of these 8 elements, that's almost for 20%, are the IT systems. There's also in legal drafting, when you set up a new law, but that can be also other things, take in mind that this digitalization and IT technology is important. And I think in the near future, this will only increase in percentage. That is because we move to a world of organizing our content and our knowledge on platforms. There's also our interaction with the public sector will be based on platforms. This part will become only more important. And this is maybe a quite complicated slide, a flow chart for tax reform. And I'm not saying the whole process, but you see already when you start, of course, with the tax policy, you think you need to have a new wages withholding tax or an update in your VAT system, or implement things what the OECD has decided together with all countries in the world. Can be the famous Pillar 1 and 2, what will be more tax accounting and calculating in the interest also of countries, the developing countries, what are sourced based. But you have to implement it. Dus therefore you need to have a tax policy. You have to determine your assumptions, but you have to really already in the beginning to see or your systems are ready for it. And if your systems are not ready for it, what kind of technology or digitalization I want to take on board? And do I have the resources for it? Not only budget-wise, but also the manpower of all the things I explained before to organize this whole digitalization process. Dus again, I'm talking more about how to manage it than what the digitalization is on itself. Only the agile law was a kind of example. And then you see you have to go through the compliance. Are taxpayers compliant? And even here you see that the tax authority has to talk with especially the corporate sector, or systems are matching because they have their own IT technology. Compliance is more and more digitalized. Is that dealing with the systems in the tax authorities? Even when the systems are not correlated or talking with each other, at least that definitions are in the same way. I'm referring to my previous slides. Dus here you see, and then the legal aspects are coming later. And again, you need to have a tax policy element again, the explanatory note. That you say, maybe this is the law, but this is the way we want to organize it. And there again, IT elements or digitalization elements are key. They have to be mentioned. Now, again, you go through that whole process and you see in dark yellow the systems, again, the IT applications, what kind of tooling, the implementation information. You have to recruit people. You have to organize this IT on an, say, proper way, but I'm not repeating my slides from the beginning. And then you get, of course, organizing the compliance, measuring the financial impact, because finally you want to raise some tax revenues. And what is always important, the evaluation part, where you have to adjust, where you have to improve, how you have to upgrade your systems, what are the new releases, what is not matching, which kind of risk you have covered, what are the risks you haven't foreseen. This is a whole cycle. Just one slide, but it can be a lifetime job, but only not for one person, but for many persons. Here you see the kind of integrated vision that digitalization has to be embedded in all these aspects of compliance and tax policy aspects, and also communication towards the taxpayers and also internal stakeholders, what that means, how you have to apply it. Last remarks, just to wrap up. What you have to do as well sometimes is to organize a pilot. Even when you create a kind of simple app on your phone. Create a small group of users, ring-fenced, and that you can test some assumptions. And the solutions, they are embedded in it. And then you can always test, there's maybe a small group of 50 people, is this system working or not? And again, it can be also a simple app. Not only to develop something and to throw it over the fence. Now, fence is mere here to ring fence it. Piloting is, of course, to understand what the market and also taxpayers are market are willing to accept and to consume, and also to see it as a kind of business development, signals from the market, how you can bring that to your organization. Testing is something else. Testing is not piloting. Testing is already, you have already made a choice for a certain modality, and you want to just test it to see where things can be improved or has to change. Testing is not piloting because you are beyond the level of assumptions. What is also very important is and then I talk about to manage your IT vendor, that you have also an official disclosure. They say this is the initial phase. And when you have a clear set of requirements and the vendor has signed for these requirements, then you have a typical contract. And a vendor has, of course, feels the necessity to bring everything to the maintenance level. Oh yes, a very important point, but we will solve it later. We will solve it in phase 3. Don't accept that. When you are steering this well, sometimes your vendor is bleeding instead of you. Bring things to the initial phase, and things has to be done first in your initial phase. It has to work, it has to sing, it has to dance. And then, of course, you can have an official disclosure to step into the maintenance level. Most of the time forgotten, and the vendors are quite smart in it. Always be aware of sharks when you swim in the sea. Rely also always temporarily, I say temporarily, on old existing systems as a backbone, because a new system is never working immediately. There will, even with all the piloting and testing, there will be some kind of small diseases in it you have to repair. Sometimes you get, the system is sometimes broken, sometimes by small parts, never foreseen. But it's okay. Therefore you have still your old system to run in a parallel way. Dus you rely on both systems. But be careful not to mix them. I've seen sometimes that in small applications, even in the testing period or even piloted things, that something is tested, they keep it alive. Later they want to release something new, they test on a former application, and then the spaghetti starts again. Make clear disclosures between all the phases. Be also careful with workarounds as a permanent solution. Also by the IT vendor, sometimes things are not working. They say, we have a quick fix. We will fix it now, and this workaround works for a while. Yes, that is good, but again, temporarily. And be careful that you not get too many of them. At a certain moment, you have more bandages than maybe the leg to put them on. Dus it is also to be balanced. And again, and I said it before, are willing to adopt new workflow processes by introduction new systems. I'm a person also, I'm not 20 anymore, but I learn also from my children to look over their shoulder how they use, for instance, social media, how they make to do their studies, also with new tooling. Dus be prepared for that, and also try to throw overboard or say goodbye to old-fashioned processes. Dus it is also cleaning up. And again, sometimes it is easier to adjust your behavior, your work process towards the new system, instead of to bring old kind of working methodologies or working process to the new systems, because that makes it costly, and then you bring your steam engine to the modern world. That is for this moment my contribution to your conference. This is my lecture. I put also my email address on it. Also the organizers can also send me your questions. I'm more than willing to answer them, not probably immediately. It will cost you a couple of days, or me a couple of days. But thank you again. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much, Professor Victor van Kommer. And we would like to continue the program by award certificate that is going to be given by Vice Rector 3 of Institut.stiami. And time is yours for Dr. Chundo Harimurti, ST MSI.
Thank you, Asri. Okay. To our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer. Thank you. We are very grateful for your attending and sharing about this knowledge and current issue. So please accept our certificate of our Stiami International Conference. Once again, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. And the next program is questions and answer sessions. And we would like to invite participants who are going to ask some questions. Please raise your hand, and the committee is going to choose some of the person or some of the participants who are going to ask some questions. Okay, we are waiting for participants raising hand. Would you please raise your hand, or you may directly open your camera if you want to ask some questions. Okay, it is Ricardo Pratama. Yeah, Ricardo Pratama, would you please directly give some questions? And I hope Dr. Eddie Bruno is still with us and he's going to answer the questions. Okay, please, Ricardo.
Yes, sir.
Ricardo, are you with us? Please join panelists. And while waiting, maybe we would also like to invite other participants to have some questions to our presenters. Ricardo, we are calling you. You have to join first. We are waiting for you to join. Okay, Ricardo, please give some questions. Ricardo Patrama, can you please open your camera? Can you hear me, Ricardo?
Hello?
Ricardo, you are with us. Can you hear me? We can see your name here. And you raise hand that you are going to give a questions. You may open your camera and you may start giving questions. Oh, maybe he has a bad signal there. Okay, we would like to invite other participants if you are having some questions. Any other participants are going to ask some questions, please? No questions? Okay, we have just got information from the committee that no questions for this session. And again, we would like to say thank you very much, dear all speakers, for today's conference. It is really appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, and I am, as the moderator for today's conference, would also like to say goodbye, and I'm going to give this time for MC. Thank you.
Well, that's the end of the presentation of our honorable speaker for all around the world. Thank you very much, sirs and madam. Thank you very much, Professor Victor Dudui. And of course, thank you very much for Miss Asti. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite Dr. Eis Komalawati to give the summary of this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Eis Komalawati.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Director General of Higher Education of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Insinyur Nizam MSc, DAC, PhD, Head of Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Region 3, Dr. Insinyur Parstianti and MP, Board of Supervisor of the Ilomata Foundation, Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu MSc, Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto SABMA, Rector of Institut.stiami, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunrang MM, Vice Rector, Dean of the Faculties, Lecturers, Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. International Conference Stiami is carried out by Stiami Institute of Social Science and Management. The conference was held through Zoom media on Saturday, February 26, 2020. The theme of the International Conference Stiami is Taxation in the Digital Age. This conference aimed to innovate new models and digital taxation methods. It was promoting the importance and relevance of digital taxation and its challenge 3 and building a scientific network among scholars and universities across Indonesia and the world in working together for disseminating and developing the continuous agenda of digital taxation. The conference was opened by Professor Insinyur Nizam MSc, DIC, PhD, Director General of Higher Education, Republic of Indonesia, and keynote speakers, Director General of Taxes, Suryo Utomo S.A.A.K., MBT, represented by Director of International Taxation, Mr. Mekar Satria Utama S.A. MPACC, and presented 9 keynote speakers from each country: Indonesia, Australia, Malaysia, Philippines, Russia, Austria, America, and Netherlands. The first speaker is Director General of Tax Republic of Indonesia 2000 until 2001, Dr. Mahfud Siddiq MSc, Senior Tax Advisor OECD, Ms. Melinda Brown from Australia, Sales Secretary of MAAC, and Associate Professor, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, Dr. Fauzia Saleh, Solo and practitioner and general law attorney at UMS Law Office, Laguna, Philippines, Eti Urain Leslie F. Mambong C., Philippines. The fifth is Professor, Head of Department of Financial, Tax, and Banking Law of the Samara branch of the Moscow, Russia, Professor Tatiana Celebrekova. The sixth lecturer from Institut.stiami, Dr. Dwi Koraharjo, MSEMM. Seventh researchers and teaching fellow, Department of Public and Social Policy, Faculty of Social Sciences, Dr. A.D. Bruno Asian, BSc, MSSG, PhD, Professor at Lagos International University, USA, Professor Dr. Mut Milosway Matia, and Director Tax Services and Member Executive Board of IBRD, Professor Tax Policy, Utrecht School of Economics, the Netherlands, Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer. The conference was attended by lecturers, students, practitioners, and other invitees with moderator Ibu Rejeki Agustiawati. This conference also produced scientific articles presented by the speakers in discussion session with external publication in national and international journals. Here is the conclusion of the conference as follows. The first, the increase in e-commerce transaction during the COVID-19 crisis prompted the imposition of income tax on electronic system transaction by significant financial service providers. The coronavirus pandemic has also promoted the need for solution to tax on digital economy and health taxes to curb unhelpful consumption and environmental taxes. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for many countries to raise government revenue has become more pressing as they seek to improve fiscal sustainability while promoting equity and avoiding adversely impacting growth. This policy decision occur in an environment with increasing temperatures, extreme weather events, and exponentially growing digital economies. Governments are exploring new tax instruments to address negative externalities and finance public good provisions in this fast-changing world. Digital service tax, challenge of international cooperation for harmony. As technology merges with the economy, the rise of digital economy will create challenges for international taxation and domestic tax revenue mobilization, including determining where tax must be paid, collecting value-added tax, VAT, and clarifying the treatment of workers in the new economy. The third is the tax challenge of digitalization. There are so many cases in Australia, in Philippines, in Russia, in Swiss. All of them is presented. In Australia, there are 2-pillar international tax package. In Philippines, there's general principle of income taxation. In Russia, there's state policy of the Russian federal in the field of taxation. And in the Swiss, the tax system reflects the country federal structures. Business and private individuals pay tax at all 3 levels of government: federal, cantonal, and communal. The fourth, taxation as public policy government instrument for public interest in digital age. A well-designed, managed, and administrated system of taxation with transparent public policy principles may not only foster economic growth, fairness, and equality solidarity, but sustain universal distribution of scarce resources, enable open communication, hold tax evader individual responsible, ensure simplicity, and instill the value of integrity, inclusiveness, participation, and ethical standards that are inevitable to achieve important social objectives: democracy, equal right of opportunities, universal human right, trust, good governance, and tax consciousness in governing fiscal public policy for public interest, especially in contemporary times of crisis-related digital age. The business organization will optimize its business income level by minimizing the corporate tax burdens. The government revenue collection will be decreased with the corporate tax-saving activities among the least company. This will continuously lead to unbalanced interest between the corporate taxpayers and government's revenue level. Therefore, it is strongly recommended to have a meeting point of interest between the corporate taxpayers and the local governance to enhance the size of the capital market transaction. The last is, some of the case study is the Voluntary Disclosure Program, VDP. It aims to increase voluntary compliance by taxpayers, and it's carried out based on principle, the simplicity, legal certainty, and benefit. That is the conclusion of this conference. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the summary of our international conference for today, delivered by Dr. Icstiami. She's the head of the Research and Community Services Department in Institut.stiami. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite our beloved professor. He's going to give the appreciation speech. He's the board of supervisor of the Ilomata Foundation and also the founding father of Stiami Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Sapri Nurmantu. Professor, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Distinguished and honorable speaker from around 8 countries, thank you very much for your participation. And of course, thanks for Professor Nizam, the Director General of Higher Education, Mr. Suryo Utomo, Director General of Tax. In this chance, as a closing statement, I would like, first of all, to thank the Rector of Institut.stiami, Professor Dr. Wahyudin Latunreng, the Head of Illuminato Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, MA, and also for the Dean of Administrative Science Faculty, Dr. Novi Wulandari. As a ex-lecturer, I would like to refer Thomas Dai about what is policy. Policy is whatever government choose to do or not to do. And the President of the Republic of Indonesia and the Parliament has signed the tax policy in the form of tax law, which the first element of this tax law is tax amnesty. So tax amnesty is just the level of tax policy. The most important thing is how to implement this tax policy in the society, especially toward tax evaders. By the grace of God, I hope that by the application of the digital of tax, our government revenue will increase, especially all over the world, especially in Indonesia. Amin. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Safri Nurmantu, for the appreciation speech. Thank you. And now is the end of the event. I would like to invite our honorable guests from head of L2 Dikti Region 3 to give the closing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwadani, MP.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Honorable Professor Nizam, the Director General of the Higher Education, Research and Technology, Honorable Director General of Tax of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, MSE, who giving us the very awesome advice that we have to implement our digital tax, Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Larunteng MM, Director of the Stiami Institute, Honorable Dr. Novita Rulandari MSG, Chairman of the committee, Dr. Bruni from Asian and 8th speaker from International Partner of Institute of Stiami, Honorable Dr. Chundo, Honorable Dr. Dwikora, Honorable Professor, Dean, Lecturer, and also distinguished guest, moderator, and also Committee of the International Conference on Taxation in the Digital Age. Again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, and may peace and prosperity be upon you all. First and foremost, let us share our gratitude to God Almighty that has given us His blessing so that we can gather here more than 900 participants who attend the international conference led by Institut.stiami. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause for the Institut.stiami. We have heard a lot from our speaker, the inspirational knowledge, skill, and experience on behalf of higher education in Jakarta, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. It is my great pleasure and privilege to greet you on this impressively successful event, the International Conference on Taxation in the Digital Age, Saturday, 26 February 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, a technologist and head of the leading artificial intelligence software company, Thomas M. Siebel, stated that there are 4 technological forces that could change our lifestyle behavior and activities in 21st century, that is cloud computing, big data, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, include taxation policy in the digital age. Driven by a desire for the more revenue, greater efficiency, and improved compliance in an atmosphere of shrinking resources, tech authorities are increasingly relying on digital tax data gathering and analysis. Using digital platform to facilitate real-time or real-time collection and assessment of the taxpayer data, all of them have changed the way of business, organization, and government model in the new digital landscape and generate that was professionally impossible become reality. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the Society 5.0 era, educational institutions are required to prepare and develop new patterns by leaving the comfort zone, such as preparing the graduate to face new job and competency that did not exist before. As higher education people, we must always learn and adapt by developing an innovation through Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka policy that formulated by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Mr. Nadiem Makarim, and we also call him Mas Menti. He create qualified education for all levels in society. Through the Campus Merdeka, students are given the freedom to learn something outside their study program, while still retaining Pancasila character. Accordingly, they become global-minded, independent learner, and have the ability to solve a complex problem in society 5.0 era. In this situation as well, in higher education, we have to expand the paradigm. As an illustration, lecturers are not only as learning material provider, but also they should be able to become creative facilitators, including inspire the student by applying the 4 systems: creativity, critical thinking, communication, and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing, I would like to thank and appreciate Stiami Institute for holding this awesome event. This activity is a great effort of Stiami Institute in providing a forum for generating contribution of comprehensive ideas and finding of taxation in the digital age. In the field of human resources, public sector management, public policy, social welfare, communication, information, and technology, Stiami always beyond other higher education institutions in Region 3, Jakarta. In addition, this conference could also improve the quality and distribution of the publication within our higher education Region 3 in Jakarta, nationally and also internationally. I believe that all of you have well done. through this World Day event and awesome international conference. It is my great pleasure that you had fruitful discussion. I would like to close my remark and officially announce that this is the end of International Conference on Taxation in the Digital Age. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wishing all of you the future prosperity. Thank you for your kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And please give a big applause for Stiami Institute. Thank you very much.
Dr. Paristianti Nurwadani. Thank you very much for
My
the
pleasure.
appreciation, of course. And this is the end of our event. And I already invite our moderator for today, Miss Asti, of course. Miss Asti, before we close this event, would you like to say something to the participant?
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Time goes by so fast. And finally, we have finished all the program for today, Stiami International Conference 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say thank you very much to the distinguished guests, also speakers, presenters, and all participants. And good luck, everybody. May success will always be with you.
And we hope that we can see again, we can meet again in our next international conference. Once again, I would like to say thank you very much for your great participation and your great attention. Thank you very much. Stay healthy, stay connected, and stay active. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye. Doei.
Recording stopped.